it, I can't decide if I'm going away. And I know that I'm taking it, but somehow I feel like I'm falling to pieces suddenly. But they know that they need it. Don't they know they believe it? Got it going on inside of my head. Gotta feel like I'm incredible. Going back to the inside, to the head minds. Where's the Streamlabs bot?
Desire on the beat. Desire on the beat.
Trying to get it going in my head, right? Trying to see what I got on the inside, but I feel like I'm losing my mind on the end. The time I find, but it's to shine the vine. It's the one that I find divine.
Desire on the beat.
Oh, okay. What's going on here?
Balliamo sotto la luna, cantano i grilli, balliamo fino alla fortuna, il sole ritorna, notte è giovane e noi siamo anche, possiamo per sempre restare.
Sway, what's up?
On the inside, feel it grinding on my soul. I'm losing my mind. One step at a time, feeling like I get it all devoured on the inside, but I'm losing my mind like it ain't gonna control me. I give it up and I don't even know if I can stop living it up, and I'm never gonna get it, never gonna get the bucket down the street like Nantucket. You wanna see it, then fuck it. On the inside, got the ones that you can define. It's the one that you can see. You see it. So I can type now. Hey, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Feel like I be flipping. My mind is against time. I'm feeling like I can't vibe, but the inside is killing me. Yes, I mind. I mind it, but I mind that I'm a demon in the concept. You get to kick it, so you lose it like it's a complex of consciousness. Going inside is the back of me. Going inside is the one you see. Going inside is the time we be. In time and they ride with me. On time and they shine with me. Get it right, but they're lying deep and they want to go to the ride with me. And I flip it and I get so issues with the mission. I be taking shots at him like ain't gonna do. The fuck? These little jidiots.
$50 beats for $20. The Platinum Bundle, unlimited rights, MP3, wave, and stems. Keep 100% profit for all beats
All right,
included.
I'm gonna
in
do
this
some
preview.
lazy ass shit
Enough
collecting these
variety
stupid
to
ass
inspire you and
sunflowers.
create a platinum album. After
Like, I
buying,
get-
you'll get an exclusive 50% off
Oh,
code for the Discord server,
150K more.
which is
Crazy.
$15.99 per month.
Motherfuckers.
You can join for
this.
$7.99 per month. What's the
give a
Discord
shit
server?
about this? Ah, stupid ads. So tired of it. Loop, you finna loopy on lupus. Oh shit. Oh, dude, I done fucked up. What'd I do? Oh, I'm so stupid. Damn it. Okay, I gotta reset. I thought I was doing my lawnmower strat. Apparently, I am not doing my lawnmower strat. So we gonna boom, ba, 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 bum. Hey, I've been trying to see what it's like, but I'm feeling it inside my mind. To the inside, I keep defining myself, and I don't have patience for this shit. I'm losing myself and my mind. I'm feeling so disappointed in me. So what am I gonna do? I don't feel so free. I'm feeling like I'm molding to the people that be holding me hostage. I'm losing my sleep and I'm losing on me. Wanting to see all these things inside of me come to me comfortably, but I know that I keep on going back to the front and they go with me. It's the one you see, but they keep holding me. They're holding me. Run away, back to another rainy day. Drop the fade, you get dropped away. Locked all day, and they can't like what you say. You know what to go, but you never gonna go out what you say, but you gotta go. But you never gonna know what they are hanging on to. Go with it till you running on back up it's your new. Like insane, but the insane and brain come back to the anything, but the anything, but the anything. Mindset is a piece of mission. I know I'm getting it up, but I don't reason why. Reason them why, tell them all that I need them why. They had a strategy earlier. Don't remember what it was. I'll tell you what though, I gonna die. Cause I am not. Oh wait, I got him. Oh! Killed him. Yes, dragon. Yes, dragon. Yes, dragon. All right, 6. Dragon OP. Dragon OP. Dragon very OP. Once dragon's strong, then dragons carry. I haven't even tried survival with the dragons yet. Like, this shit's stupid. It's free sunflower seeds. Free the seeds, everyone. Free the seeds. No, I kind of want to watch Philip DeFranco. Do they block me for fucking watching YouTube on this bitch? Because I actually religiously watch Asmongold and fucking Philip DeFranco. Both of them are my homies. They're both on 2 different sides of the spectrum. And I've been recently watching, what's that fucking dude's name? Fish Boy. God damn, I don't remember his name. That makes me sad. Because he's pretty hilarious too. He's a little bit unhinged, but I can tell it's like a persona of unhinged. Either way, though, it's pretty fucking hilarious. When he's talking shit and hitting everybody, well, he's like, yeah, I'm fucking racist. He's like, I don't just dislike one race, though. I dislike everybody. Fuck him. And he really, I think he fucking means it. Kinda. He seems like a cynic. He's like, fine God, bitch. See, once you get 3 dragons maxed out from each one of these accounts, oh my god. The shit just melts. I wonder if just the dragons can solo it. It's like once I max them out, I don't even have to micromanage anything. Best bet's to stay on the side of it so that you don't get pushed around. Stand right up next to the door. Like this. Then like the fast shit'll just get by you. It is what it is. Like I lost 200 sunflower there. But like this little shit, you'll pick up most of it. Damn, not quite. Shit. Alright, so I need some more firepower. That sucks. Oh, nothing these motherfuckers can't solve. I think the Juggernaut's fucking DPS is way higher than it is on paper. Like, it feels way higher. Even on single targets, it feels way higher than paper. They rip shit apart like it's a fucking Gatling gun. Fully automatic corn cobs. Shit. Look at that. Boom. Boom. So much. So many sunflower seeds. Look, he's got 600,000 gold. Like, what do you do with that? Shit. Oh, shit. 2450. Oh, shit. Big money. Big motherfucking money. Is my camera? Something's up with my camera. Is it? What is up with this? Is it cropped? No, it's not cropped. What the hell's happening? Oh, it's tilted down. Okay, I see. All right. Now it feels sideways, but that's better than the way it was because I couldn't see shit. Motherfucker. Ah. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can't win. There we go. That's good. All right, cool. And my microphone. I know nobody's watching, but if somebody was watching, if y'all hear my fucking audio and shit fucked up, let me know. I'll fix it. But obviously nobody's here, so that ain't gonna help. So, like, I was even debating just fucking watching anime while I do this. It's frankly, why not? All right, let's see. Mr. Philip DeFranco. Payment declined. Fuck. Let's see. Oh shit, I didn't even see this one. Fuck.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
My watch is broken.
You could tell time by measuring the sun's distance from the horizon.
Well, that's good.
Looks like happy hour. Head for the mountains.
This disturbing Roger Jackson situation is crazier than most people realize. I mean, he should be in jail right now. I have no idea how he's not. We break down the now public Ghislaine Maxwell DOJ interview, including the Trump Epstein of it all. As Trump has armed troops in D.C., he's now eyeing Chicago, New York, and Baltimore next, with him now sparring with Governor Wes Moore. And Abrego Garcia has now been taken by ICE again. We're talking about all of that today on your brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. This Roger Jackson situation's insane. And if you're like, who the hell is that? Yeah. So he's Rampage Jackson's son, who, if you're not in that world, Rampage Jackson, very famous fighter. I guess now he's also a streamer. You have Roger Jackson, who's streaming. He's also an MMA fighter. And, you know, he wants to make a name for himself that's outside of his father's name. And well, I guess mission accomplished, because his name is out there, though it's not for good reasons. Because there was an event being held on Saturday by Knox X Pro Entertainment and Academy in Los Angeles, and it was getting streamed on Kick. And at the start of the stream, you had Raja and a wrestler by the name of Psycho Stu encountering each other. With Stu seemingly as a work, right, something for the story for the event, smashing a beer can on Raja's head. With things then getting pretty tense, but Stu apologizing a few times, explaining that he thought Raja was a worker, aka another wrestler.
I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, it's gonna all work out.
I apologize.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were a worker. You stay with the camera.
I get it. We're gonna work it out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, too. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
Right, with that last bit there, you can see that people involved in the event, they're trying to turn that into something in the ring, or where they can organize a way for the two of them to work it out on the mat. Then, another person outlets have identified as wrestler AJ Mana seemed to suggest that Raja get real payback.
Even when we are working like that, you don't fucking, you know
That's what I'm saying.
But he doesn't know him like that. He don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run in on his, you can give him his receipt.
Or with the receipt being, you know, like a real hit. And on the stream, you even had Raja saying, like, we'll be good if I get my lick in. And at various points on the stream, Raja seems to think he's serious about fighting back.
No, I'm beating this guy's ass, bro.
And while you do have multiple outlets saying that there was supposed to be a scripted response from Raja, he eventually said during the stream,
Ain't no script, bro. It's not gonna be scripted. I'm telling you that right now. I promise you. They told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you. I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch. I'm not gonna fake it.
He also responded to people in the chat a lot, as it seems they were egging him on.
How many subs to knock him out? That's a good question. I don't know. 50 subs, knock him out. 50 subs.
And then, once Raja jumps into the ring, the stream shows him lifting Stu into the air, slamming him into the ground, and then not just getting a lick in, throwing punch after punch after punch, even after Stu can't fight back and is completely motionless. I can't show you the video, but he punches at least 20 times, or with it seeming like he lost consciousness, without a bunch of people stepping in to remove Raja, get him off of Stu, and he was then walked out of the building.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody playing with me, bro.
With a journalist who's covered wrestling and MMA for decades saying that what happened here may be the worst thing I've ever seen in a ring. Right, and as far as what happened, you had another reporter saying that the spot was planned, but when Raja followed up with heavy punches, he wasn't planned to do that kind of damage. And after this attack, you had Stu being quickly transported to the hospital for treatment. And as you can imagine, there's been a lot of outrage among the reactions. With, for example, Knock X releasing a statement sending good thoughts to Stu and adding, what was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence, saying this egregious act is reprehensible inadmissible and never should have
Yo.
occurred. In the 17 years of operation of KnockX Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything as heinous take place such as this, and we apologize to our patrons and fans. Raja's father, Rampage Jackson, also responded, both condemning his son's actions, but explaining what he said was some of the story. Writing, Raja was told he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was a part of the show, saying it was bad judgment and a work that went wrong, and adding Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. But then adding, he suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. And as far as Stu's condition, you had a wrestler who stepped in to stop Jackson, telling USA Today that he was awake and talking on Sunday, but
Hey, play for an ultra?
Racy for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. Woo! I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior like beer.
had broken bones in his face and lost a lot of teeth. With matting, he was choking on his own blood and teeth. Somebody reminded me there's kids there, and then I was like, oh my God. With Stu's brother also reportedly asking for prayers as he's in stable but critical care. And just tons of people in the wrestling world sounding off, saying things like, I've known and trained with Stu for 15 years. He is a former U.S. Army veteran and amazing guy. There are no excuses for what happened in that ring. That was vomit-inducing criminal behavior. You also had some pointing to the fact that Stewart had previously talked openly about how he turned to this sport after being in the military and found that wrestling gave him structure, brotherhood, a way to channel his energy and fight through the battles within. I mean, you even had the likes of Mr. Beast chiming in, offering help to Stewart, saying this hurts to see, especially because I read he was a veteran that used wrestling as an outlet to get over PTSD. Genuinely, if anyone connected to him knows of a way I can help, please reach out. And then with all this, you had some accusing Raja of nearly killing Stewart and arguing he should face charges, which on that note, a spokesperson for the LAPD did tell multiple outlets that they're investigating the incident, but they didn't give any further details. And then as far as other potential consequences, it seems like Raj has been suspended from streaming on Kick for violating the platform's guidelines. And while of course, you know, I'd love to know your opinion, whether you agree or disagree with me, I gotta say, this motherfucker belongs in jail. I've seen some people saying, oh, well, he got rage baited into it, whether it be that other wrestler talking about receipts or people in his chat going like, oh, you're soft. But I don't know, call me crazy. I don't think, Your Honor, I got triggered is a defense. Your Honor, Clout Goblin 69
Your Honor,
said
I
was
triggered.
a soft boy, so I had to let him know I'm not.
You
And
a
the way he
bitch.
continued to pummel this man while he looked unconscious. I don't know how you argue that's not attempted murder. Because again, having a fragile ego is not a legal defense. From Stu's apology and the handshake to just the assault, it's just documentation of what very much appears to be premeditation. But as far as the what should happen versus what will happen, we're gonna have to wait to see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts. But then, next up, while we're on the topic of people who should be locked up, we've got to talk about Ghislaine Maxwell, because her interview with the DOJ is now public, and there's a lot to dive into. And where we'll start is with the Donald Trump of it all.
Did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage?
Never. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world?
Absolutely never.
Now with that, of course, we're seeing a lot of skeptical reactions because arguably she has a lot to gain by saying this. Right? Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence. She's already expressed her desire to be pardoned, and Trump said publicly, I'm allowed to pardon her. So even though Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche prefaced the interview with this,
By you meeting with us today, we're really just meeting. I'm not promising to do anything. I'm not promising to ask Judge Nathan or any of the judges that's been assigned to your case to do anything. We're just talking.
you have many arguing that the promise doesn't have to be stated or written down on paper, that it's just obviously implied. And with that, you have people pointing to how in the interview, Maxwell even really seemed to butter up Trump.
President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me, and I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now, and I like him, and I've always liked him.
And of course, you're seeing this as Maxwell has now already been transferred to a famously cushy prison for white-collar criminals in Texas, and we still have no explanation for why that happened. But also, with Maxwell, she didn't just exonerate Trump. She threw a bucket of cold water on the idea that Epstein kept some kind of client list.
There's no list. There's no list of people getting massages. I can barely recall all the people. And there's no list. There was never a list. There was no, or certainly none that I ever saw, none I ever heard of, none that I ever witnessed, there's no list. There's never been a list.
Never wait for service at Audi Melbourne. That's right. Our certified technicians are available for same-day appointments. Plus, we offer pickup and delivery, as well as luxury loaner vehicles for your convenience. Visit Melbourne Audi.
And then you also had her shooting down the theory that Epstein had dirt on other people that he blackmailed them with.
I never heard him ask any question of any masseuse who may have given a massage to a friend who was on the island or in Palm Beach or anywhere else for that, any details about that massage. Like, does he have a funky foot? No, I never heard that. It's weird.
Right, and then when asked whether Epstein was affiliated in any way with the FBI, the CIA, or any other intelligence or law enforcement agency, she replied,
I don't think so. I think that I don't remember anything like that. I just don't think he had the wherewithal, and I think that whole aspect of that is, can I use a bad word?
Yes. Yes.
Bullshit.
And, you know, while you had many skeptical of what this woman who has been charged with perjury is saying, she did throw at least one thing out there that Trump's people have been trying to fight.
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
Do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
Why would somebody kill him in prison?
Somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary is about the going rate for a hit with a lock today.
To the extent that folks believe that he was murdered to keep him quiet or because he had information on rich and powerful people, do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I do not.
The next up, Maxwell was asked about Epstein's relationships with certain notable figures, starting with Bill Clinton.
Do you know whether, for example, President Clinton ever received a massage?
I don't believe he did.
With Maxwell then adding that whenever Clinton was on Epstein's plane, that it was actually for humanitarian purposes, right? He had a foundation, and then there was RFK Jr.
Bobby knew Mr. Epstein.
How do you know that?
Because we went on a trip together. We went to dinosaur bone hunting in the Dakotas. I want to say 93, 94.
But then notably here, she later added,
I never saw anything inappropriate with Mr. Kennedy.
And then lastly, you had Maxwell talking about herself, repeatedly denying that she saw anything suspicious.
Him being physical with women. I did see that, but nothing that was not consensual. I'm not saying that Mr. Epstein did not do those things. I don't feel comfortable saying that today, given what I now know to be true. So I'm not here to defend him. But what I can say is that I did not participate in that activity.
Right, and then Maxwell, she also made this very specific denial.
I've never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago.
And that, of course, is notable because Virginia Giuffre claimed to have been recruited by Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago when she was a spa attendant there. But Maxwell also seemed to address some of Giuffre's allegations more directly, calling bullshit on the claim that Prince Andrew had sex with a victim whose name was bleeped out of the interview, but appears to be Giuffre. And Maxwell even said that she believes a notorious photo of that victim and Prince Andrew together is, quote, literally fake. But then, with all of this, you have the family of Giuffre, who took her own life this year, having responded to the interview, saying, during Todd Blanche's bizarre interview, she is never challenged about her court-proven lies, providing her a platform to rewrite history. This travesty of justice entirely invalidates the experiences of the many brave survivors who put their safety, security, and lives on the line to ensure her conviction, including our sister. Though with that, it does appear like very soon we're going to be hearing from Giuffre again. Right, and that because her memoir is going to be published on October 21st, with its publisher saying that it'll include new details about her experiences with Epstein and Maxwell's associates, including Prince Andrew. Though they also added that the book contains no allegations of misconduct involving President Trump. But also, even if we don't get anything earth-shattering out of the Maxwell interview or the Giuffre memoir, of course, there's still the holy grail of the evidence, which is the thing that people actually want, the Epstein files. Right, the White House turned this into the Epstein grand jury transcripts and the Epstein interview, but everyone's been asking about the Epstein files. And on that front, I mean, we talked last week about how the House Oversight Committee had subpoenaed the DOJ for the complete cache of files, with the department promising to begin delivering them on Friday. Well, on Friday, they actually did do that, but reportedly, they only sent the committee 33,295 pages out of the roughly 100,000. With then the top Democrat on the committee, Robert Garcia, saying that 97% of those contain nothing but information that's already been public, and saying that just 3% or less than 1,000 pages contain anything new. Those reportedly including flight logs between 2000 and 2014, as well as forms consistent with re-entry back to the U.S. Now, with that, a Republican spokesperson for the committee told the New York Times that this was only the first batch of documents and that more would be forthcoming. You have Garcia not buying that excuse, with him arguing there is no excuse for incomplete disclosures. Survivors and the American public deserve the truth. This, after he already declared last week, releasing the Epstein files in batches just continues this White House cover-up. Hand-picked, partial
so
productions
great?
are
She's
wholly
so
insufficient and potentially misleading. And according to the terms of the subpoena, the DOJ was supposed to hand over all of the documents by August 19th, which was was last Tuesday.
Oh my
To give
God.
this incomplete
You ain't
release,
lying,
Keen waited.
dude.
Apparently, we're still waiting for the batch that includes
The
parts where,
Amazon.
according
The
to the Wall Street
Amazon
Journal,
with the little
Trump's
ones.
name is mentioned. Actually, on that note, on Friday,
That
before
is
these
my
files got handed
favorite.
over,
I
Trump was
think I
asked
sent
whether
you
he
some of
thinks
those
they should be
highlights.
released. Within 20 seconds, this guy went from yes, absolutely, to they might embarrass some people, though, to I don't care, do it anyway, to it's all a hoax.
They wanted to release. People shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be.
Flush it
Because he
out.
knew
Flush the
everybody in Palm
balls.
Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said
That's
to
great.
Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them.
Well, I mean,
because it's a-
what
it's
else?
a
Other
Democrat
options do you got?
hoax.
It's either
It's
do
just
it or
a
don't.
hoax. The
So
whole
fuck it.
Epstein
Do
thing
it.
is
Why
a
not?
Democrat hoax.
But of course, with all that said, this is going to be something
no
that we keep
arguing,
our eyes
man.
on, especially because in the meantime, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey are still full steam ahead.
There's a
with
murder
their plan
scene?
to force a vote in the House next month that could compel the DOJ to release the files.
Ooh.
And today, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Epstein's estate for his will, any disclosure agreements he signed, the non-prosecutorial agreement he signed in
Well, that means
2007,
it's not fresh blood. That means it's leftover.
Thousands of players searched for me. Thousands failed.
Because of the flu?
Perhaps with this clue,
Oh, what's up?
you could be the one to solve the GX Manhunt challenge. I was never the dog.
If you think you're dying, why don't you call 911?
The hot dog. At the GeoGuessr World Finals. I
Oh,
can
you want
see
okay, like a ride to the
right
hospital.
next to you,
Oh, okay, okay.
watching you as you slurp your drink. Or staring at you from the other side of the arena. The GX Manhunt
You need to
continues.
keep the AIs on your phone just in emergency situations to be able to type in questions real
I'll
quick.
see you there. But can you see me?
Well, that's what I mean. If you have the AI, it can help you make decisions in those crunch times where you're like, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Opera GX.
any document that could be a potential client list, phone logs, and visitors logs. With the committee's chairman, James Comer, also announcing that Alex Acosta, the former prosecutor who gave the infamous plea deal to Epstein back in 2008 and later served as Trump's first-term labor secretary, will appear for a transcribed interview next month. And then we're going to dive even deeper in just a minute. But first, let me ask, do you remember that doctor's appointment that you've been avoiding? You know, the one that's been on your list since, 2022? Maybe it's a dentist appointment for your biannual cleaning, or the annual checkup that is now a triannual checkup, or the rash. It's definitely not getting any better. Which I'll say, no judgment. We all procrastinate. But here is the deal. Our sponsor, ZocDoc, they make it stupid easy to book a doctor's appointment. Because ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search, compare high-quality in-network doctors and
Yeah. Just in case I die, man. But I said, I don't know what you were feeling exactly. You could describe it to me and it still wouldn't make sense. But like I said, you could probably talk to the AI better. I mean, you could have had a massive muscle cramp because that's a huge set of muscles. Were you doing any lifting or moving stuff? Well, you probably hurt yourself more than you imagined, and then your body was catching up to your adrenaline and your stamina. I mean, it literally could be muscle pain and just like spasms from the shit that's going on in there. Yeah, I'm sure your body loved you doing all that while you were sick. You gotta be like, I love my life. I'm that crazy old man. Hell yeah. I know, I just did, bruh. Somebody's trying to scam me right now. I think I'm gonna go sell drugs. Schedule 1 has an update on Steam, and they added cartels. Oh, and No Man's Sky. Fuck. I don't know what I want to play. There's so much good shit. Ah. When are you gonna get a PC that can play video games? That would be awesome. And we can play some bullshit games. Like, I would love to play No Man's Sky with you. It's so chill. You just travel through space, dig holes in planets, and build bases and collect materials. Make money. Starfield? Dead or alive? Or what'd you do in it? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like a Minecraft version of Mass Effect. Yeah, so it's like a very sandboxy version where nothing is linear. So you built, but now they just added so before you had two different types of spaceships. They had like these huge fucking frigates, which were like fucking fortresses in space that you would warp against across galaxies and shit. But now they added what they call like capital class spaceships, because your like personal craft was like an X-wing or something, right? It was just you in it. So nothing big. But now they have like capital class versions where it's like mini homes that fly around that you can like fully customize inside. Yes, like a small enterprise. So now that's what they got in No Man's Sky. So there's a lot more like customability. Like, dude, they've done nothing but make that game better. That game flopped so hard when it came out, and they 180 that bitch so good. Look at the recent reviews versus how. This is the only game I've ever seen trend this far up. Normally they go down over time. Hell yeah. That's what's up. That'd be cool to have some little chill games. I can't do that right now. I went to sleep at 5 o'clock yesterday and well, it was like 5:36. I fucking regretted it. I woke up at 11 and I could not go back to sleep. You gotta shake it until Lauren comes out. She's good at shit talking too, though. Oh, she shit talks so good. I'll believe you. When you called me, you sounded well, I don't know if I called you or you called me, but you sounded pretty fucking terrible. Today sounded like a good day. You got a lot of shit accomplished. Ugh. Every time I force myself to do stuff, I end up chafing really bad, and I hate my life. Do you have that issue too? Do it and do it and doing it well. Look, I know music references, just not movie references, okay? Just go in 3 hours early, clock in, and go work on the schedule in your car for 3 hours. No, I'm saying, but you could be on the clock in your car working on your schedule. You know, I've started, so I can't go to work and work on the schedule without people coming in my office and fucking bothering me while I'm trying to make the schedule and shit, right? Nothing. I can't do anything. So I actually will go get in my car, drive to the CVS right across the street, and work on my schedule in their parking lot. Just to not be bothered. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. You need to check it out. Oh, bro, it's kind of in the same effects of the last time I sent you stuff. Except this one, unfortunately, is not somebody you can just search. But either way, it's if you like tattoos, that is. All right, then you will like this. But either way, all right, I'll talk to you soon. Peace, bro. Ah! Ooh, I thought I dropped my phone. Come here. All right, back to the video.
Click to instantly book an appointment. You can filter by insurance, location, and choose a doctor who's a perfect fit. And ZocDoc has over 100,000 doctors across every specialty: mental health, dental, dermatology, urgent care, you name it. Once you find the right doctor, you can book an appointment instantly. And I'm talking 24 to 72 hours or same-day appointments. No more waiting forever to get in. It's quick, it's easy, and it gets you back on track. I personally use ZocDoc. It was definitely a lifesaver when I moved in the last year. You know, as I'm getting older, I'm realizing you gotta listen to your body. It's sending you signals. Ignoring the signals, it doesn't make them disappear. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments, scan that QR code, or go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil, ZocDoc.com/Phil. But then next up, we move on from Epstein to the stuff that Trump may be doing to distract everyone from Epstein. But that's not to say it's a nothing. It's still a very, very big deal. Because National Guard troops are now carrying weapons in D.C., and Trump's getting ready to deploy the military to even more U.S. cities. Right, and starting with the situation in D.C., it's now been 2 weeks since Trump declared a crime emergency in the city, with Trump misrepresenting data to put the police department under direct federal control and deploy the National Guard. And notably here, the initial deployment orders specify that the National Guard personnel, while wearing body armor, would not be armed or carry weapons in their vehicles. However, you now have more than 2,000 National Guard troops patrolling the nation's capital, and at least some of them packing. And with that, you have a spokesperson for the Joint Task Force overseeing the mission, claiming that all units with firearms have been trained and they're authorized to use force only as a last resort and solely in response to an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. You also have a White House official adding that the Guard will, quote, continue protecting federal assets, including officers, providing a safe environment for officers to make arrests if needed, and providing a visible law enforcement presence to deter crime as they have been since the operation began. Right, and with that, while troops still aren't authorized to make arrests themselves, you got a statement from the force saying that detentions may occur, leading to arrests. That said, though, it seems like many troops are being kept out of the action, with, for example, Reuters reporting that National Guard members have been concentrated near the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and in view of the U.S. Capitol, which are pretty much the safest parts of the city. And so then, on the flip side, you've got people in Ward 8, right, the area with the highest crime rate in the city. They've reportedly been saying that there's been little to no military presence at all, which is really notable because the murder rate is so much worse there than in other parts of D.C. that many locals reportedly said they would welcome troops on their streets. Although, to be clear, this whole thing, overall, it is still wildly unpopular. I mean, a recent poll found that roughly 80% of the city's residents are opposed to the deployment of both federal officers and the National Guard. But polling aside, right, the lack of troops in high crime areas, it's one reason that you have many people saying that this massive deployment is just a show of power more than a serious effort to fight crime. Although I will say there's also a concern that the true purpose here is actually going after undocumented immigrants. Right, because while we have seen a decent drop in reported crime since this started, we've also seen a huge spike in immigration arrests. And if you try to make a comparison, you'll find that over the first 6 months of Trump's term, ICE arrested about 12 immigrants in D.C. per week on average. But since August 7th, a few days before the takeover, federal officials have arrested 300 people in the city. And in fact, according to analysis, that's more than 10 times the typical ICE arrest numbers for the district. That said, beyond immigration, we've also seen an effort to ramp up the crackdown with things like U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro directing prosecutors to charge the most serious crimes possible in each case and to do so in federal court, where notably sentences tend to run much longer. Though you then also had her telling them to not charge felony offenses for people carrying shotguns or rifles. And with that, she referred to a DOJ memo claiming that D.C. law conflicts with recent Supreme Court rulings on gun rights.
Injured in an accident? We turn your pain into rain!
Are you tired of these gimmicky attorney ads? Well, that's just not who we are. At Bogan Munz & Munz, we're serious about our clients' needs and focus on getting results for you. If you've been injured in an accident, give us a call.
Mike Keppel here, Patriot Software's founder. So easy, my dog can run payroll, said one of our payroll software customers. That comment sums it up. There's no training required to use our accounting and payroll software. You can learn it in minutes, and you don't need a college degree. Even though our phone number is on every page of our software, 70% of our customers set up their accounting books and run their payroll without ever speaking with one of our people. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Keep your time and money.
But then with all that, what we've ended up seeing is that many people are ending up with serious charges in connection to low-level offenses. And then for the people who do get arrested, Trump's now trying to make it harder for them to make bail. And specifically here, he's threatening to withhold federal funding or government-backed project approvals from DC if it doesn't eliminate what's called cashless bail. Right, cash bail, on the other hand, is something DC mostly got rid of in the 1990s. And what that means is it's up to the judge to decide whether a defendant should be released from prison based on the risk of not showing up to trial, instead of being based on how much money he or she has in their bank account. And if you followed this, Trump's railed against cashless bail, claiming that it lets criminals back out onto the street and puts people in danger. Though notably, their statistics show an extremely small percentage of defendants are arrested for violent crimes while awaiting trial. Of course, stats aren't Trump's strong suit. Right? You saw that again on Friday when you had him speaking in the Oval Office, touting his success in DC, claiming crime has dropped to virtually zero, and specifically celebrating the fact that there hadn't been any murders in the past week.
That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it.
Which if you're like, no, I don't believe that, you wouldn't be wrong. It's not even the first week without homicides this year, not even close. There were also no murders reported from May 4th through May 11th, April 11th to the 17th, and more than a 2-week-long period from February 25th through March 12th. Which again, is not to say there are not too many murders in DC, but Trump's claims are just blatantly false. And that matters even more than usual because the same kind of false and misleading claims are being used to justify potential future deployments of the National Guard to cities like Chicago.
We haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough.
And actually, to focus on Chicago for a second, while crime's still obviously a problem, it's one that is getting better. The city is actually experiencing a historic drop in homicides right now. But despite that, the Pentagon's actually been planning a military deployment to Chicago for weeks, according to the Washington Post, with officials reportedly telling the outlet that the operation would involve mobilizing at least a few thousand members of the National Guard as soon as September, with them then also noting that the use of thousands of active duty troops in Chicago has been discussed, but is considered less likely at this time. With then Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson calling the potential deployment of National Guard troops to a city unlawful, unsustainable, and adding, there are many things the federal government could do to help us reduce crime and violence in Chicago, but sending in the military is not one of them. Also, very notably, another person that's been very outspoken in his criticism of Trump's decision to deploy the military in U.S. cities is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. And actually, that has seemingly moved Baltimore up in Trump's list of cities to target. Though again, even as the city is showing improvement in terms of crime. And actually, the back and forth between Moore and Trump has been very interesting to watch. Just a few days ago, you had Moore formally inviting President Trump to visit the state and participate in a public safety walk, writing in a letter. In the first 6 months of 2025, the Baltimore Police Department continued to see double-digit reductions in gun violence, including a 22% decrease in homicides and a 19% decrease in non-fatal shootings from the year before. We are currently on track to have the lowest number of homicides in Baltimore City since we began officially keeping crime statistics. And adding, even in the face of millions of dollars in cuts to federal funding for violence intervention and gun violence prevention under your administration, our state and local communities continue to invest in proven strategies that help us build safer, more vibrant communities. So we then dropped the formal tone when speaking in person.
Donald Trump, if you are not willing to walk our communities, keep our name out of your mouth.
And then you had Trump responding by accusing Moore of taking a, quote, rather nasty and provocative tone and adding, as a president, I would much prefer that he clean up this crime disaster before I go there for a walk. Wes Moore's record on crime is a very bad one unless he fudges his figures on crime like many of the other blue states are doing. But if Wes Moore needs help like Gavin Newsom did in LA, I will send in the troops, which is being done in nearby DC, and quickly clean up the crime. And then, I guess just for good measure, he also threatened to try and take back federal funding sent to try and replace the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which was destroyed after a container ship crashed into it last year. But ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out, especially because, unlike in DC, Trump doesn't have the power to take control of a local police force, and he's not supposed to be able to deploy a state's National Guard against a governor's wishes unless certain conditions are met. Of course, I say shouldn't because he claimed that conditions were met when he did what he did in LA just a few months ago. And I mean, we're still waiting to see what a court has to say about that. But for now, one thing that's clear is that Moore has no intention of backing down, and he even laid out his reasons in an interview on CBS yesterday.
One, it is not sustainable. You cannot continue this type of pace of operations, particularly when it's costing over $1 million a day in order to do this. The second, it's not scalable. You're not going to be able to do this in every single major American city, particularly when many of the cities that have the highest crime rates are the places that have actually deployed their National Guards to Washington, D.C. The third, it's unconstitutional. It's a direct violation of the 10th Amendment. The fourth reason is because it's deeply disrespectful disrespectful to the members of the National Guard. You know, as someone who actually deployed overseas and served my country in combat, to ask these men and women to do a job that they're not trained for is just deeply disrespectful. There is a multitude of reasons that I am against this, and I will not authorize the Maryland National Guard to be utilized for this.
And then beyond that, we're also seeing Moore making a name for himself on the national political scene by weighing in on the congressional redistricting in Texas. Moore showing some spine and saying doing the same in Maryland is not off the table.
But if the President of the United States is putting his finger on the scale to try to manipulate elections because he knows that his policies cannot win in a ballot box, then it behooves each and every one of us to be able to keep all options on the table to ensure that the voters' voices can actually be heard.
Trump, meanwhile, is apparently feeling betrayed, claiming Moore once privately told him that he was the greatest president of his lifetime.
He said, sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime.
To which Moore simply replied, lol, keep telling yourself that, Mr. President. But for now, we watch, we wait, and in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, reactions, and opinions here. But then...
Use Kayak's best time to travel tool to find the perfect time to go wherever you're going. Then, do what people do. Get distracted shopping for sun hats, celebrities in sun hats, celebrity homes, lawn ornaments. What were you doing again? Oh yeah, back to Kayak for a great deal.
Next up, hopping from one legal battle to another, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been detained again, and the Trump administration is threatening to deport him to Uganda. And just this afternoon, we got the news that a federal judge has temporarily blocked him from being deported to Uganda until she can hold a hearing. And that is an absolutely massive new twist in what's become one of the most publicized and closely watched stories of President Trump's immigration crackdown. Because Abrego Garcia is that Maryland father who first came into the public eye after The Atlantic reported that he had been wrongfully deported to a prison in El Salvador because of an administrative error. This despite the fact that, one, he had protected status that prevented him from specifically being sent back to El Salvador because of the threat of gang violence that his family had fled when he was a teenager. And two, he hadn't actually been charged with any crime. Then with that, you might remember, in order to try and justify their actions, the Trump administration claimed that Abrego Garcia was a member of the violent street gang MS-13, labeling him a terrorist. And that, despite Abrego Garcia denying those claims and several judges even casting doubt on the evidence used to support the allegations. And for a while, you had the Trump administration dragging their feet about getting him back, even after the Supreme Court ruled that his deportation was illegal and that Trump officials needed to facilitate his return as ordered by a federal judge. Then in early June, nearly 2 months after his wrongful removal, the Trump administration finally brought Abrego Garcia back, but only so they could slap him with human smuggling charges, with prosecutors alleging that he had been part of a years-long conspiracy to haul illegal immigrants from Texas to other parts of the U.S. and claiming that, again, he was also an MS-13 gang member. Though with that, Abrego Garcia denied those accusations. But regardless, after that, he was sent to jail in Tennessee, where he was facing the charges. And while a federal judge ruled that he was eligible for release while awaiting his trial, his lawyers worried that the Trump administration would immediately detain and deport him if he was released, so he ultimately was kept in custody. That is, until last Friday, when he was released from jail and allowed to return to his family following court rulings that prevented the Trump administration from immediately detaining and deporting him to El Salvador, with those orders also outlining a set of conditions for his release, including check-ins with immigration officials at the ICE field office in Baltimore. But, according to reports, the court orders only prevented Abrego Garcia from deportation to El Salvador. They didn't prevent him from being deported to any other country. And so apparently, that's exactly what the Trump administration is trying to do. Very shortly after his release on Friday, Abrego Garcia's lawyers claimed in court documents that the administration was trying to force their client to plead guilty or face deportation to Uganda. With his lawyers claiming that the day before his release, the government had offered a plea deal that stipulated that he remain in jail, plead guilty to the federal charges against him, and serve whatever sentence got handed down. Right, and in exchange, once his sentence was complete, the government would agree to deport him to Costa Rica, where he could live freely, assuring him that the government there would agree to accept him as either a refugee or a legal resident. But then, the lawyers claimed that within minutes of Abrego Garcia's release on Friday, ICE informed his legal team that they intended to deport him to Uganda and ordered him to report to the Baltimore field office on Monday morning, and adding that he had until first thing Monday morning to accept the plea deal, quote, or else that offer will be off the table forever. And this notably coming just days after the Ugandan government announced that it had reached a deal with the Trump administration to accept migrants from other countries that the U.S. was seeking to deport. And so as a result, you had his lawyers arguing that this plea deal is further evidence that the government is trying to punish Abrego Garcia for challenging his illegal removal to El Salvador, accusing the Trump administration of trying to coerce Abrego Garcia into pleading guilty and noting that they are threatening to deport him to Uganda even though Costa Rica agreed to accept him, and claiming this is just more evidence for why the judge overseeing the case in Tennessee should throw the charges out, saying the prosecution is vindictive and selective. And that's also something that's been repeatedly echoed by his lawyers' public statements, with one arguing the fact that they're holding Costa Rica as a carrot and using Uganda as a stick to coerce him is such clear evidence that they're weaponizing the immigration system in a manner that is completely unconstitutional. But ultimately today, he was detained again and taken into custody by ICE after showing up for his check-in at the Baltimore field office, with Abrego Garcia arriving to a crowd of supporters holding signs demanding demanding his freedom and addressing the demonstrators in Spanish before entering the office, with him thanking those who stood with him and calling on the immigrant community to continue fighting and not give up hope, saying, regardless of what happens today with ICE, promise me this, that you will keep fighting, praying, believing in dignity and liberty, not just for me, but for all. With his lawyer then later emerging from the facility to inform the crowd that his client had been detained, and saying that when they went to the office this morning, the government's stated intention for the meeting was just a routine check-in interview that was part of his conditions for release, and adding, clearly, that was false, and claiming that the immigration officials refused to tell him why Abrego Garcia was actually being detained or even where he was being taken. But in a post on X, the Department of Homeland Security announced that ICE had arrested Abrego Garcia and that he will, quote, be processed for removal to Uganda. Though, very notably here, you had the permanent secretary of Uganda's Ministry of Foreign Affairs telling the New York Times that the government had not yet received a formal communication from the U.S. that Abrego Garcia would be sent there. And also, shortly after he was detained, his legal team filed a new lawsuit fighting his deportation and filing what is called a habeas petition, requesting that he be assured his due process rights to not be removed from the U.S. until he can make his case for humanitarian protection. The petition claiming that the Trump administration had re-arrested Abrego Garcia without allowing him to express fears of persecution and torture that could happen if he was deported to Uganda. And just this afternoon, we got the news that a federal judge has temporarily blocked him from being deported to Uganda until she can hold a hearing. Though, of course, we're going to have to see what actually happens because the Trump administration has repeatedly ignored court orders and normal judicial processes throughout this entire case. And so you've many saying, there's no reason to expect that they would stop now. But that, my friend, is the end of today's show. Tap or click right here to watch your newest episode of my podcast, or tap or click right here to watch the most recent Philip DeFranco show. I've even got links in the description for you for either of those, for YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you most enjoy getting filled in. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
What matters to post-university people? People who pick Post want an online education that works on their schedule, so they can get a degree that can help move their career forward without having to leave the people that matter most behind. Are you a Post person?
bad, you guys. You asked for it, now you're getting it. Legal Eagle is finally tackling the Roblox Schlep situation. Now your boy Schlep was going after the child predators Chris Hansen style, but then Roblox banned him. What? The state of Louisiana is suing Roblox.
Never wait for service at Audi Melbourne. That's right. Our certified technicians are available for same-day appointments. Plus, we offer pickup and delivery, as well as luxury loaner vehicles for your convenience. Visit melbourneaudi.com.
Donald Trump, who has continually said that people are saying they want a dictator, is now officially going to war with the First Amendment. Also, this Trump Fed war is crazier and more consequential than most people know, and Trump just tried to fire a Federal Reserve governor, which is something no president has ever done. And if he succeeds, we could be looking at a very different world. We just got a surprising twist to the U.S. gerrymandering war. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Trump's war on the Federal Reserve just hit a new crazy level, and it's putting the global economy at risk. And this most recent move centers around the constitutional standoff between Donald Trump and this woman, Lisa Cook. Because Trump just said, "You're fired." She said, "No, I'm not," and now nobody knows what's gonna happen. And so for context, you should definitely know who Lisa Cook is, at least from here on out, and why many people say she's one of the few people keeping Trump from wrecking the American economy more than he already has. So in short, she's a very accomplished economist, professor, and actually since 2022, the first black woman to serve on the board of the Federal Reserve, with Biden appointing her to a 14-year term that ends in 2038, that is, unless she is removed for cause by the president. Now, that appears to be exactly what Trump is attempting to do, though it's unclear whether he actually can, because the law that created the Federal Reserve in 1913 didn't specify what a legitimate cause for removing a board governor would be. So legal experts generally agree it's some kind of malfeasance or dereliction of duty, but the question has never actually been tested in court because no president in history has ever tried to do it. But of course, we're talking about Trump, and he loves bulldozing norms. And so what we're seeing is that the malfeasance that he is alleging is that in 2021, Cook apparently listed 2 different properties as her primary residence within 2 weeks while applying for mortgages on both, which I'll say for context, lenders generally give lower interest rates for primary residence because they're seen as less risky. So Trump's argument is that there's no legit reason she would have 2 primary residences at once, therefore this is fraud. However, when you had CNN reviewing the mortgage documents, they listed her properties as principal residence, not primary residences. And as experts have pointed out, it's possible to have more than one principal residence, and even if it wasn't, borrowers often don't even read these specific documents, so her intent would be hard to prove. But regardless, in the past week, Trump has called on Cook to resign and threatened to fire her, and now announced that he is actually firing her, which notably, if his order stands, could give Trump unprecedented control over the Fed, right? Because he's already got 2 appointees on the board from his first term, and this month another member resigned 6 months earlier than expected, with Trump then quickly putting one of his own in her place. And now if he replaces Cook as well, that would give him 4 allies on the 7-member board. Though I will say, and this is a huge thing, to actually change interest rates, he would need a majority on the broader 12-member committee of which the board is a part, and that includes 5 presidents of the regional Fed banks. But also in February, all the bank presidents will be up for renewal, and that has to be approved by the board. So if Trump controls the board, then he could exert pressure on the committee, and the final nail in the coffin is that he gets to appoint a new Fed chair in May, replacing Jerome Powell. All of which could get him what he's been trying to get for months now: very deep interest rate cuts. Because cutting interest rates speeds up the economy and it makes it easier for the government to finance its budget deficit, which of course is something that Trump really needs to do after signing his so-called big beautiful bill. But while lowering rates may be good in the short term, it's arguably not so good in the long term. Right? And that's for a number of reasons, including if the Fed's independence from political pressure is put in doubt, then so is its credibility as a guard against runaway inflation. And if investors think that there is a greater risk of inflation in the future, they might compensate for that by raising the interest on their own credit, making mortgages and other long-term loans more expensive for the average American. Plus, I mean, too much inflation is just bad in itself. All of which is why Trump's advisors have so far convinced him not to fire Jerome Powell, but Trump's getting antsy. Right? Reportedly, he wants rate cuts as much as 3 whole percentage points, which in case it does not sound like much to you, to be clear, that is enormous, right? Even when the Fed cut rates by 1 point last year, that was considered a lot, and it's been holding out on any more cuts since then. And so in short, the stakes of firing Cook, they're huge, which is why everyone's been freaking out about it. But this is also where things get dramatic because Cook, I mean, she's openly defying the president, with her saying last week after Trump threatened to fire her, "I have no intention of being bullied to step down from my position because of some questions raised in a tweet. I do intend to take any questions about my financial history seriously as a member of the Federal Reserve, and so I am gathering the accurate information to answer any legitimate questions and provide the facts." And then this week, after Trump fired her, or I guess at the least told her she was fired, Cook responded, "President Trump purported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law, and he has no authority to do so. And adding, I will continue to carry out my duties to help the American economy as I have been doing since 2022. With her attorney then announcing today that they're suing the Trump administration, saying President Trump has no authority to remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. His attempt to fire her based solely on a referral letter lacks any factual or legal basis. We will be filing a lawsuit challenging this illegal action. And you've got legal experts saying that on a first glance, they've got a pretty strong case. Because not only has she not been convicted yet, she hasn't even been charged. I mean, this is all based on a criminal referral. Plus, there's the simple fact that even if the alleged fraud did happen, it took place before she entered her current role. Which, just generally speaking, you could argue fraud matters. I think that is a valid thing. But whether something completely unrelated to her duties as a board governor counts as cause for firing, that's a separate question that the courts would have to answer. But with all that said, on the other side, you had Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick making this argument on CNBC.
A governor of the Federal Reserve literally signs her name and commits mortgage fraud, right? It's alleged that she's committed mortgage fraud, and she says, I'm not going anywhere. Well, the crook always says, I'm not going anywhere. And why would anybody defend that? The real question should be, did she commit mortgage fraud, yes or no? And if you did commit mortgage fraud, please get out of the federal government, get out of the seat of the governor of the Federal Reserve, and go away.
But then you have critics of the move countering that anyone with two eyes and ears can see that this has nothing to do with Cook's supposed mortgage fraud. With, for example, one Fed historian telling the Washington Post, this is the escalation of a prolonged and ongoing assault on the Fed's legitimacy and the Fed's independence. It's for one purpose and one purpose alone, to bully the Fed to dramatically lower interest rates. Right, and that playing out as you had economist Paul Krugman saying on his Substack, if Powell caves or the Supreme Court acts supine again and validates Trump's illegal declaration, the implications will be profound and disastrous. The United States will be well on its way to becoming Turkey, where an authoritarian ruler imposed his crackpot economics on the central bank, sending inflation soaring to 80%. And the damage will be felt far beyond the Fed. This will mark the destruction of professionalism and independent thinking throughout the federal government. But then it goes beyond the Fed in another way, and that's the pattern of Trump using mortgage fraud allegations to persecute his political enemies. With very interestingly, his administration making the same criminal referral for Letitia James, the New York Attorney General who sued him, and Adam Schiff, the Democratic senator who led impeachment proceedings against him. And all three criminal referrals against Cook, James, and Schiff, they came from the same little office in one corner of the federal government, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, or FHFA. And that agency is led by a man by the name of Bill Pulte, right? An enthusiastically loyal Trump minion. And in his role, he oversees two incredibly important state-run mortgage finance companies that you may have heard of, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And together, they guarantee about half of the existing home loan market, which is trillions of dollars large. But back in March, Pulte overhauled their boards, made himself chairman of both, and then purged top staff. And so as a result, experts say he could have access to vast troves of personal mortgage data on millions of Americans. So perhaps it's then not a coincidence that he was the first person to accuse Cook of fraud, with him personally attacking her on social media for a week now and saying last night, if you commit mortgage fraud in America, we will come after you, no matter who you are, and adding, fraud will not be tolerated in President Trump's housing market. But there, as one expert explained to the Post, mortgage fraud investigations are typically brought by the FHFA's Inspector General, not the agency's head, which is then why so many people see this as transparently political, with that expert saying, this is like the county sheriff who has his deputies pull over his political opponents every time they drive on the parkway. But also, because this story is so consequential and it's very easy to get lost in the weeds, I'm bringing on a guy who's way smarter than me on this to break things down, economist Joey Politano. You might have seen him on X. He's also got a Substack newsletter where he writes about economics. You should...
If you're in an accident due to someone else's negligence, it's so important to consider your future. What if you don't heal? What if you're unable to do the things you love? What if you can't support your family? Choosing a trial firm with decades of experience can make all the difference. At Bogan Munz & Munz, we have the passion to help and the experience necessary to fight for every penny you deserve. Choose experience. Choose Bogan Munz & Munz.
Welcome to today. The day where you no longer have to see the world for what it is, but what it could be. The day where you can forget about inheriting someone else's world and make yours instead. Today is that day. To rip up the blueprint, make it what you want. Turn walls to art. Make every screen tell a story. Leave every rule in the rear view. Because with Firefly, the world is what you make it.
definitely check it out, but we just jumped into it. So Joey, is there any historical precedent for what Trump's trying to do with Lisa Cook here?
Very, very little. This is the first time a member of the Fed has been fired by the sitting president, and it's certainly the only time in which this is done with so little procedure beforehand. So people on the Fed have been removed before. I'll give an example of Richard Clarida, who was the former vice chair who left basically after an investigation into his stock picking behavior. But that's something where you had an inciting incident, years of investigation internal to the Fed, and then not even a action by the president, but internal to the Fed, basically pressure to resign and then be replaced. The idea of just like firing someone off the bat is unheard of, and the only comparison points in American history are not pretty. It's stuff like Richard Nixon pressuring the members of the Fed to lower interest rates during his presidency. It's like very early on in the history before the existence of an independent central bank. And the comparisons to foreign countries are also really not pretty. I think the closest example you come to in places that aren't the United States is Erdogan in Turkey replacing the head of the Turkish central bank several times because he wanted lower interest rates, even though inflation was really high. And then inflation kept getting higher and higher in Turkey because he kept replacing the head of the central bank for keeping rates higher than Erdogan wanted.
Do you feel like this is, I want to get rid of this person, let's work our way back from that?
It's 100%. It's, I want to get rid of this person, let's work our way backwards from there. And now, obviously, you would, if this was a real thing, you could get someone in court, get a grand jury indictment, go forward, blah, blah, blah. That's not what they're doing in these cases. You know, this is specifically, I'm trying to discredit someone in a position of power who opposes me, and therefore I'm going to go to this accusation because they oppose me. I think it's very rich when people are saying like Donald Trump really cares about ethics in mortgage lending. You know, that is not something he genuinely cares about. And I mean, you can point to his individual actions when he was a real estate mogul in falsifying records. That was way more extreme than claiming two places as a primary residence, which is not ipso facto illegal, by the way. And then secondarily, you know, people like Eric Adams, who, in my opinion, not as a legal expert, have done things that way worse. And the Trump administration has dropped the charges on them because they seem more willing to play political ball. So I do not think that if, you know, they discovered that one of the Trump appointees had done the exact same thing, would they have gone after them with their fervor? Absolutely not. If they discovered someone who, you know, was totally unrelated to the Federal Reserve, had done the exact same thing, absolutely not. And you'll remember even like a few weeks ago, the accusation was, hey, Jerome Powell, he's doing these renovations of the Fed building. Is he like doing corruption in renovating the building? You had that very silly scene with Trump and Powell in hard hats at the Fed building. Like they were looking for a reason here, much more than just honestly saying, okay, let's look at the ethics of the Federal Reserve System.
No, the thinking back to the Powell clip of let me see that paper. Loved that. But the last thing I'll leave you with, or as far as a question, is, you know, economists often say that greater independence for central banks is better for national economies as a whole. What can you tell me? What does the data and research say there?
It's 100% in that camp. There's very few things that every single economist is going to agree on. The idea that the Federal Reserve should be insulated from short-term political pressure is one of them, one of the major ones. And so the reason why Nixon wanted more control of the Fed, you know, his strategy was much more subterfuge political pressure than the more like the obvious strategy that Trump is going. But he wanted rates lower in election years so that the economy would grow more at the cost of more inflation. The problem is if you keep doing that, eventually you just get inflation and you don't get the economic growth. And so there's no economist that's going to sit there and tell you and say that the Federal Reserve decision, the interest rate decision is being made at the level of the president, which is seemingly what this administration wants, is a good idea. And there's a reason why no country does it like that.
Joey, thank you for the time.
Thank you for having me on.
And then there's more I'm going to dive into with you in a second. But first, let me say, you know, a buddy of mine recently got hacked and then someone applied for a credit card in his name through, let's say, a very well-known bank we all know. He calls them the second he finds out and their response is, sorry, don't know what to tell you. And not only was the card approved, they wouldn't tell him where it was being sent or how to stop it. I mean, talk about feeling helpless. And that's just one of the reasons I use NordProtect, today's sponsor, and a legit all-in-one hub to protecting your identity. I mean, it monitors everything, the dark web, your credit, even criminal records, all in one place, working quietly in the background 24/7. You get real-time alerts if someone opens an account in your name or if your info gets leaked. When I added my details, it instantly flagged multiple breaches I didn't even know about. And if things go sideways, NordProtect includes up to $1 million in recovery coverage, plus a dedicated case manager to walk you through cleanup. They also cover cyber scams, extortion attempts, and even malware-related damage. Setup's quick, supports 24/7, and their flexible plans actually make sense. So hey, if you want protection that actually does something, scan the QR code or go to nordprotect.com/PhilProtect and use code PhilProtect for an extra 5% off. It's nordprotect.com/PhilProtect, code PhilProtect. Protect your identity before someone else uses it. But then, jumping back into the news, we gotta talk about the fact that even if Trump is attacking the independence of the Fed, he isn't a dictator yet, but a lot of people want him to be. And I'm not saying that hyperbolically, I'm not even saying it anecdotally.
Whether you're a professional or just love getting hands-on with your home projects, Harbor Freight offers quality hand tools built to last, backed by a lifetime guarantee. And the best part? Prices that simply can't be beat. From wrenches to pliers to ratchets and sockets. Whatever you need, we've got it. Whatever you do, do it for less. Harbor Freight, your hand tools destination.
We, the beef people of Winn-Dixie, united to make more perfect barbecues, do declare our dedication to you and to keeping savory traditions alive for the next generations. We are Winn-Dixie. We are the beef people.
This is what the numbers are showing us. Right, so Trump, he recently responded to criticism over his current and planned future deployment of the military in U.S. cities.
And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and I'm a smart person.
But of course, not everyone found his response all that reassuring. Because for one, he often uses the phrasing many or a lot of people are saying to promote controversial or false ideas that he agrees with. Not to mention, he does in fact like a dictator, or actually several, at least based on how frequently he's expressed his admiration for authoritarian leaders, including Russia's Putin, Hungary's Orban, or El Salvador's Bukele, just to name a few. In fact, yesterday, while speaking with the South Korean president, you had him heaping praise on the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, not for the first time, but laying it on especially thick.
I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I understand him. I spent a lot of free time with him talking about things that we probably aren't supposed to talk about. And, I get along with him really well. I think he has a country of great potential, tremendous potential.
And actually, even before that meeting, when speaking to the press in the Oval Office, he was talking about Kim Jong-un kind of like, have you ever had that friend that's in a relationship with someone you're like, that is not a good relationship, and they respond,
I know him better than you do. I know him better than anybody, almost, other than his sister.
With Trump then continuing and acting like he's kind of a hero for being so honest about Kim Jong-un.
I'm not supposed to say I really like him a lot, because if I do that, I get killed in the fake news media. But I got along with him very well, and we had no problem.
You then also had Trump saying things like he'd like to rename the Department of Defense back to what it was called before World War II, the Department of War. Though notably, even there, he was thinking about doing stuff unilaterally.
How do you plan to do that? It requires an act of Congress to rename the Defense Department to the Department of War.
We're just going to do it. I'm sure Congress will go along if we need that. I don't think we even need that, but if we need that, I'm sure Congress will go along.
But back to the main point, whether or not Trump actually wants to be dictator, though it seems a certain way, there are actually a lot of Republicans who would seemingly be more than okay with that. I mean, you have things like before the last election, more than 24% of Republicans saying that if Trump lost, he should do whatever it takes to take power. Now that he's back in office, polls consistently have shown that the views haven't changed. In one, for example, 28% of Republicans said the country needed a president who was, quote, willing to break some rules and laws to set things right. And in another, 44% said that the court shouldn't even be allowed to review Trump's policies. Out there, full send, fuck a check, fuck a balance. And these are really important polls and numbers you shouldn't forget and you should keep in the back of your mind. But then actually, speaking of something a dictator might do, we should talk about how Trump just declared war on the First Amendment as we know it. Because yesterday, Trump signed an executive order titled Prosecuting Burning of the American Flag. Trump's order demanding that his administration prosecute those caught desecrating the Star-Spangled Banner. And if that move is raising some red flags to you, yeah, not only because it seems like something that would be protected by the First Amendment, but the Supreme Court already gave a ruling about burning flags more than 30 years ago. Right back in 1989, the Supreme Court issued a 5-4 ruling that found burning the American flag is protected by the First Amendment. And then they upheld that in 1990 when Congress tried passing a law banning the burning of flags despite the initial Supreme Court ruling. However, a specific thing that we're seeing from Trump's new order is that he's arguing that people burn the flag in order to incite riots and violence. Right, so to a different degree, kind of like someone yelling fire in a crowded movie theater. And so he's ordering Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate cases where flag flags were burned to see if those people can be hit with another charge like disorderly conduct, property destruction, or environmental laws. So the order doesn't outright criminalize burning flags, it is setting up yet another court battle over the issue. A battle that it seems that he's wanting to have so that it can make its way to the Supreme Court, where, big thing, you have a much more conservative Supreme Court than back in 1989, and they've shown they kind of don't give a shit about precedent. You know, if you've been paying attention, all of this has been a long time coming. Trump's spoken out against the desecration of the American flag for years. I mean, last year he gave an interview with Fox and Friends saying anyone who desecrates the flag in any way should go to prison for a year and dadding. Now, people will say, oh, it's unconstitutional. Those are stupid people. Those are stupid people that say that we have to work in Congress to get a 1-year jail sentence. Hell, not only was he pushing the 1 year in jail idea back in 2016, he said on Twitter at the time, perhaps loss of citizenship or a year in jail. And one of the big things here is that general opinion seems to agree with him. A YouGov poll from 2023, for example, showed that nearly 60% of people always disagree with burning flags at protests. And then you see things like a YouGov poll back in 2020 finding that 50% said that it should be illegal. Hell, you go back far enough, even Hillary Clinton stood against it back in 2006. She even took to the Senate floor on behalf of a bill titled the Flag Protection Act that would have made it a crime to desecrate the flag.
I agree wholeheartedly that maliciously burning or destroying an American flag is a deeply offensive and despicable act.
What I do know, though, generally is where you and kind of passerbys stand. Right? Because this morning in a YouTube community poll, I asked you whether or not you think burning the American flag should be illegal. But then the vast majority of y'all given a resounding no, and really only around 11% being split between yes and unsure, which I expected, but definitely an interesting result, especially as we're seeing Trump's new order sparking a lot of backlash from experts, people like Robert Corn Revere, Chief Counsel of the Federation of Individual Rights and Expression, saying you don't have to like flag burning, you can condemn it, debate it, or hoist your own flag even higher. The beauty of free speech is that you get to express your opinions even if others don't like what you have to say. But it's also not just experts bothered. You're seeing regular folk as well as vets. And in fact, you had a man who identified himself as a 20-year combat veteran posting up in Lafayette Square across the street from the White House yesterday, burning an American flag in protest to Trump's executive order.
No president can make a law, period. No Congress will make a law infringing on First Amendment rights. I'm burning this flag as a protest to that illegal fascist president that sits in that house. Do this for every single one of you American citizens. We burn this flag in protest.
Right now, the fire was quickly put out by law enforcement, and the man was detained by the Secret Service before then being turned over to the U.S. Park Police, which arrested him for violating a statute that prohibits lighting a fire in a public park. Right? One of the things that you've seen is that the online conversation surrounding that video has been fairly mixed, right? Some people calling him disrespectful and an idiot, while others have said things like, so happy he did this. I hope they give him the mandatory 1 year and he then takes his case all the way to the Supreme Court so they can rule once again that flag burning is protected under the First Amendment. Mad respect. But again, that thinking assumes that the Supreme Court will honor precedent here. This still less than a year second Trump administration sprint that we've been seeing. It's all about testing the boundaries, doing as much before the courts stop you, then take it to the Supreme Court to see what you can do with your huge conservative majority. And so far, that's been a winning strategy for them. Whether the end result is that you actually overturn precedent, you do a lot while you can, or just kind of having a chilling effect on anyone pushing against you. But for now, I want to pass the question off and hear from you, right? What are your thoughts on this new order, the guy in Lafayette Square, or just burning flags in general? And then I've actually got more for you in just 1 minute, but first let me say, you ever feel like your liver just left your text on red after a night out? Because yeah, been there, which is why I use today's sponsor, ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol. This is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic drink built by PhD scientists way smarter than me. And it's one job.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
breaking down that unwanted byproduct of alcohol in your gut, the real culprit behind rough mornings. Because fun fact, it's not actually just the dehydration doing you dirty, it's that toxic byproduct building up. And pre-alcohol was designed to take care of it so you can enjoy tonight and still function tomorrow. And how you use it, simple. Step 1, pre-alcohol is your first drink of the night. Step 2, drink responsibly. And then step 3, actually enjoy tomorrow. And I was definitely skeptical at first, but the first time I tried it before drinks with friends, I woke up feeling completely normal and even kept my morning plans. And that's the sweet spot. Z-Biotics isn't for overdoing it. It's for responsible people who want to have fun and still crush the next day. It's perfect for summer nights, camping, or that last vacation road trip. So hey, what are you waiting for? Just scan that QR code or go to zbiotics.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco for 15% off your first order. And hey, they've got a 100% money back guarantee, so there's literally no risk. But then, diving back into the news, free speech, it's not the only pillar of democracy that seems to be at risk of crumbling. Right? Because this US gerrymandering war, it's just getting bigger and bigger. With now another state redrawing its congressional map in the middle of the decade. Though this time it's said to prevent gerrymandering, and it's on a judge's order. Right? Because in Utah, you have Judge Diana Gibson ruling against the state's Republican-led legislature and ordering new maps drawn for 2026. With the reasoning having less to do with the actual design of the old maps, but the way we ended up with them in the first place. Right? Because back in 2018, Utah voters approved a ballot initiative setting up an independent redistricting commission to draw boundaries for the state's legislative and congressional districts. But then, wouldn't you know it, in 2020, the lawmakers there effectively repealed the initiative by transforming the commission into an advisory board that they could just ignore if they disagreed with its recommendations. And the next year, that's exactly what you saw happen, with lawmakers rejecting every congressional map put forward by the board and just coming up with their own vision. But now you've got Judge Gibson ruling that the state legislature unconstitutionally repealed the ballot measure in writing. Redistricting is not a mere exercise in political line drawing, it strikes at the very heart of our democracy. The way district boundaries are drawn determines whether the right to vote is meaningful, whether equal protection is honored, and whether the fundamental promises of our state and federal constitutions are upheld. How district lines are drawn can either safeguard representation and ensure accountability by elected representatives, or erode public trust, silence voices, and weaken the rule of law. But even with all that said, it's actually unclear whether Utah will really have new maps in time for the next election. Or because the Republicans there, they know how to play the game and they're expected to appeal, and there's a chance that they could just run out the clock and avoid adopting new maps until at least 2028. Whichever way this goes, it could be huge. It could be the game changer in terms of control of Congress. At least, when you consider the razor-thin margins in the House right now, because currently Utah has 4 representatives in Congress and they're all Republican. Right? But the current map, the one not recommended by the nonpartisan commission, it splits the residents of Salt Lake County between those 4 districts. In Salt Lake County, it's a Democratic stronghold that also accounts for around 36% of the state's population. So there's definitely potential for a new, more fairly drawn map to make a difference here. Though, I will say, while this really, really matters, the outcome of the next election may ultimately depend on what happens with Texas, California, and whatever other states decide to get involved in the ongoing gerrymandering war. Because as we've talked about in detail, Trump asked Texas for 5 more Republican seats in Congress. They said, yes, daddy, of course, daddy, and the legislature approving a new map over the weekend. And then, on the other side, in response to that, you had California Governor Gavin Newsom and state Democrats setting up a special election in November that will let people vote on whether or not California should counter Texas with a new map of its own. But with California, you have Trump saying they are going to try to torpedo that.
You mentioned Gavin Newsom on crime.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen.
With then Newsom saying in response to that,
you remember Ridge, right? The wallets.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a great company.
And you remember they've done like these crazy sweepstakes. They're giving away a Lamborghini this year.
A Lambo. I got to register. How do I register?
You can go to ridge.com and you can just enter for free. Or if you buy their wallets, you get like 4x entries.
It's a really good product.
And we've been loving Ridge wallets for a while. We use them slim, easy, compact. I can fit all my cards in there.
Yep.
RFID, I don't have to worry about them being stolen. It says on here that you can choose, if you win, you can choose from a Lamborghini, a Hennessy Velociraptor, or you can take 100K cash. All the stuff they're giving away.
Hennessy.
I would probably do the Lambo.
Somebody wins it. It could be you. It could be me.
If we win,
I'll get the car.
Sure.
I give you plenty.
Okay.
Just
you can have the wallet. I'll take the car.
Sure. So I'm going to buy it and then you get the car.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. Good country, America.
bring it. But of course, it's not clear yet if and when the DOJ will actually bring it or what kind of case they'll try to make or if Trump's just kind of talking out of his ass. But either way, there's already another challenge to Newsom's plan, and this coming from California Republicans filing an emergency petition asking the state Supreme Court to block the November ballot measure, with a 432-page complaint arguing that the plan violates the state constitution and certain state laws, and Republican State Senator Tony Strickland saying, "As long as I have breath in my body, I am going to fight every step of the way. Every loophole they do, every constitutional measure they break, we're going to challenge them in court." So that is, oddly, Strickland didn't have much to say in the way of criticism for Trump or Texas Republicans in their redistricting effort. It's funny how that works. It's almost like you stand for nothing except trying to get more power for you and your buddies. But the same can't be said of 13 Texas residents who have now filed a lawsuit alleging that the state's redrawn districts are racially discriminatory, or with their complaint saying that what we've seen is an unnecessary mid-decade revision of Texas's congressional districts that intentionally dismantles majority-minority districts from the prior plan explicitly because of the racial composition of those districts. With their complaint then noting, for example, that the new map establishes only one majority Latino district in Harris County, even though the county is nearly half Latino according to the latest U.S. Census. Also, according to the census, Latinos actually make up the largest share of Texas's population, and people described as Texans of color have been responsible for as much as 95% of the state's recent population growth. But the complaint says that's not reflected in the new congressional map either. Though then, as far as the state's response, you had Governor Greg Abbott's office still defending the new map, with a spokesperson claiming in a statement that it allows more Texans to vote for the candidate of their choice, and adding, "Voters, especially Hispanic Texans, are increasingly moving away from Democrats and deserve to vote for candidates who better align with their values." And while we're going to have to wait to see what happens here and in the rest of the country, one thing is clear for sure. Democrats need to do everything they legally can and show a spine here, because many Republicans nationwide have made it clear that the goal is power by any way necessary. Rules for thee, but not for me. And the only way back to normal is to fight where the fight has gone. But hey, that's just one idiot's thoughts, I guess. The next, in other grim news about the future of America, if you're an entry-level worker, AI is already taking your jobs. And that's not just anecdotal. This is actually backed up by a first-of-its-kind study now. Or with that new study, which was released just today by 3 Stanford economists, appearing to provide hard evidence to support the stories we've been increasingly hearing for years now about AI stealing jobs. Now, notably, I'll say the research hasn't yet been peer-reviewed, but the work, it's very thorough, and the researchers accounted for other explanations that could impact employment, where things like economic shocks that affect certain industries and firms, the impact of remote work and outsourcing, the general slowdown in tech hiring, and post-COVID education trends. And their findings here, they are massively consequential. Right? I mean, specifically, the economists analyzed data from ADP, the largest payroll software provider in America, and they drew from records for millions of workers across tens of thousands of firms. With that data also including detailed information on workers' ages and occupations, and that's actually very significant because, as the Wall Street Journal explained, the specificity of the data means that this reporting is, quote, "one of the clearest indicators yet of AI's disruptive impact and is far more comprehensive than the survey of households the Labor Department uses for its monthly employment report." Right? Actually, at first, when the economists looked at the data as a whole, it didn't appear that AI was having a major impact on jobs. That's likely because, generally speaking, most industries aren't seeing sweeping gains from AI, at least from a business perspective. Or because, at least currently, most of the benefits are concentrated within a few specific occupations. And so with the researchers zooming in and looking at specific positions where AI could be used to automate many key tasks of workers. Jobs like software developers, receptionists, translators, and customer service representatives. And from there, they discovered that overall, employment in those categories had softened since late 2022 when compared to other occupations. But where it actually gets really interesting is when you break the data down further by age. Because economists found that when looking at the most AI-exposed jobs, employment for early career workers aged 22 to 25, those have fallen 13% overall since the widespread adoption of AI. And for some jobs, the figures are even more extreme, with, for example, employment for software developers in that age group falling nearly 20% from 2022 to 2025. This is a key thing here, the employment rate actually increased slightly over the same period for mid-career and senior software developers aged 31 to 50 plus. Though it's also not just software developers. The same trends are largely true for customer service representatives. But then, by comparison, when the researchers looked at overall employment for young workers, they found that it has been relatively stagnant yet steady. And in jobs less exposed to AI, young workers have experienced comparable employment growth to older workers. And very notably here, the data indicated that employment declines are concentrated in occupations where AI is being used to replace workers, but not in jobs where AI is used to help humans. And that holds true for entry-level jobs as well. In fact, overall, employment has actually increased in jobs that use AI to help in their work. So that brings in the question of, well, what might be driving the gap between younger and older workers exposed to AI? And well, according to one of the authors, Eric Brynjolfsson, the difference could stem from the fact that both entry-level workers in AI have more book knowledge than on-the-job experience. Where senior workers have more tacit knowledge. They learn tricks of the trade that maybe never get written down. Those are not the things that the AI has been able to learn, at least not yet. But the implications there, they go beyond entry-level workers. For example, the Wall Street Journal is saying this raises a potential labor market paradox. If the only way to develop that knowledge is to put in time doing work that AI has largely automated away, who will replace today's experts when they retire? Right? And that, as Brynjolfsson also says, the multi-trillion-dollar question is whether AI will start to impact higher-level jobs as the technology improves. That's a very real possibility given how fast AI's job impact has gone from theoretical to real, with him arguing. This is the fastest, broadest change that I've seen. All of which I will say is why I'm very much of the mindset of if you love AI, you hate AI. Obviously, it's not just one big thing. It can be multifaceted. It feels more and more like the only way not to get crushed by AI or passed up because of AI is to learn how to use these things as tools. And of course, all of this is, I always say, where we are with AI today is the worst it will ever be again. But that, my friend, is the end of today's show. Tap or click right here to watch your newest episode of my podcast, or tap or click right here to watch the most recent Philip DeFranco show. I've even got links in the description for you for either of those, for YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you most enjoy getting filled in. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Get ready for Universal Epic Universe, featuring the wizarding world of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic, and Super Nintendo World. Now open at Universal Orlando Resort. Tickets and packages on sale now at universalorlando.com.
Never wait for service at Audi Melbourne. That's right. Our certified technicians are available for same-day appointments. Plus, we offer pickup and delivery, as well as luxury loaner vehicles for your convenience. Visit melbourneaudi.com to schedule your service today.
Welcome to today. The day where you no longer have to see the world for what it is, but what it could be. The day where you can forget about inheriting someone else's world and make yours instead. Today is that day. To rip up the blueprint, make it what you want. Turn walls to art. Make every screen tell a story. Leave every rule in the rear view. Because with Firefly, the world is what you make it.
Mr. Beast just exposed and humiliated himself, but that may actually be the least of his worries after these new docs came out. The truth about the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce situation and why we didn't cover it yesterday, where this Trump-FEMA situation is really terrifying. With information still coming in, the suspect in the Minneapolis shooting has been identified. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Mr. Beast just got humiliated, though that might be the least of his problems right now. Because yesterday he actually was the one humiliating himself because he crashed out over a smaller creator getting ranked higher on the Rolling Stone's most influential creator list. But then also, as if that wasn't bad enough, it got revealed that his company is grossly unprofitable, like somehow losing over $100 million a year unprofitable. But starting with Rolling Stone, the list that they have features a wide variety of influential creators that produce essentially every type of content you can imagine. But also, obviously, with a title like most influential creators, it begs the question, well, what is the criteria? And according to them, for the list, we defined it as someone born from the internet, not a celebrity who jumped on after gaining fame in a more traditional way, who uses their chosen platforms to push conversations forward. So kind of, if you think about it, a super vague definition that gives them a lot of leeway, which is then why you see a kind of a range of names like Dave Portnoy, Iron Mouse, Hassan Piker, Miss Rachel, iShowSpeed, and many, many others. And then with all that, you had Mr. Beast coming in at number 7, which you might think would prompt a tweet like, oh, that's cool. Or hell, even if it was negative, maybe, how many views do I have to get to be number 1? But instead, he decided to take aim at someone on the list above him, writing in a now deleted tweet, according to this list, a guy with 1 million followers is more influential than me. What did I do to piss off the Rolling Stones? Which one, I will say, I don't know if Mr. Beast thinks Rolling Stone magazine is actually the band The Rolling Stones. But either way, 2, the guy with 1 million followers is Caleb Huron. And he actually responded to the tweet on Instagram in his own way with a post that showed the tweet and the caption saying, "Thank you, Rolling Stone. It's been an honor." You know, this was such a dumb, petty tweet. My favorite thing wasn't even watching people like writing funny tweets and reacting to it. It was actually seeing some people realize in real time that this wasn't like a parody account. This was actually a real thing that he posted.
Okay, dude. There's no way Mr. Beast posted that. That's so funny. No, Mr. Beast didn't actually post that. Chatters, calm down. It's Caleb is making a joke. Wait, he did? Oh my God, he actually did. Oh my God, he did. Oh my God. Are you real, dude? Why would you post that? You sound so bitter. You're Mr. Beast. Why the do you care about where you landed on the Rolling Stones influential list? I genuinely thought that he would have the wherewithal not to post some shit like that.
You also had creators that have had a past with Mr. Beast, like Rosanna Pansino, writing things like, Mr. Beast's mask slipping this much in less than a year has been fascinating to watch. Sorry, Jimmy, Caleb has something you'll never have, a personality. Right, and that as there were just countless other popular tweets reading things like, Mr. Beast, I cannot respond directly because you blocked me, but I wanted you to know that Caleb is a comedian who makes many laugh, and you're some sort of Willy Wonka marionette being puppeted by the algorithm. But also, hey, I'll say it wasn't all hate. You had some, including creators like XQC, reacting to the list while reading it and saying,
7th place, Caleb Huron. Yo, chat, if I'm Mr. Beast, I'm suing them. I'm just shut up. Imagine being the guy that has the biggest analytics on the internet for the longest time in a row. I'm not trying to delay it, but guys, he's dominating the internet. To be beaten by Caleb Huron, a guy that I've never seen in my entire life, appearing on a photo with Aiden makes you lose lose 5 points off the top 10 is what it is.
But either way, there you had Mr. Beast eventually deleting his tweet, and when replying to someone about the situation, wrote, "Not gonna lie, after this, I watched some of his stuff and it's actually good. I deleted the tweet. I don't want the smoke from the shooters. Spare me, please." But then he also got blasted even more for not apologizing and instead fearing the backlash. As far as Caleb, it appears that he's just taken the whole thing in stride and joked on his Instagram story that he's in peace talks with Mr. Beast right now. Right, and also, for his part, Jimmy's been trying to move on, and instead, he's been
Thousands of players searched for me. Thousands failed. Perhaps with this clue, you could be the one to solve the GX Manhunt Challenge. I was never the dog, but I could be the hot dog. At the GeoGuessr World Finals, I could be sitting right next to you, watching you as you slurp your drink, or staring at you from the other side of the arena. The GX Manhunt continues at the GeoGuessr World Finals. I'll see you there. But can you see me? Play GX Manhunt on geoguessr.com/OperaGX.
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No, read what I wrote, I'm a bestseller.
Looking clean, my boy.
been talking about how excited he is for Beast Game Season 2, which just finished filming with its $5 million prize. Which actually brings us to the second and I think far more interesting story with Mr. Beast, and that is, it's being reported that he's running out of money. And that's not just speculation. Instead, it's coming from a leaked investor deck from earlier this year that was reviewed by Business Insider, with the deck reportedly revealing that in 2024, Beast Industries earned $224 million from YouTube and other media, which, is a ton of money. But apparently, that was because the company spent $344 million. So you're looking at a negative difference of $120 million a year, so that's usually a non-starter for most businesses, let alone a social media brand. With Jimmy possibly realizing he's got a problem on his hands because in May of last year, he brought on Jeffrey Hausenbold to help out the corporate side. With then, in September, Hausenbold being upgraded to CEO, and Hausenbold has a long, successful resume as the former CEO of Shutterfly and a venture capitalist that led SoftBank's $100 billion Vision Fund. It appears he has tons of ideas for tackling the insane costs that Mr. Beast has run up with his production, some of which seem obvious. Things like, for example, Mr. Beast apparently pays retail on everything. So let's say it's like a video that features gym equipment. Jimmy is apparently buying that for full value, which for a creator of that size doing a production that large, it's almost unheard of. There's seen as any amount of branding in a Mr. Beast video just being worth a ton for companies, and he should be working out deals for those items. And so in the case of gym equipment, it'd probably be easy to get that stuff for free or heavily discounted for just mentioning it in a video. And what's even crazier to learn is that Mr. Beast reportedly didn't even have a fully dedicated brands team, like the people that would negotiate those deals. And so Hausenbold's new 8-person brand team, they're trying to score these kind of items for free or even have Mr. Beast paid to use them in videos. His company also appears to now be renegotiating advertiser rates by as much as 65%, with Hausenbold saying, "We select partners that are authentic and will resonate with our loyal viewers, so we will never work with a cringe product." Sometimes Jimmy has a personal preference, but we have a choice in who to work with, and the economics must pencil out too. But then even with all that, you have things probably not turning around if Jimmy gets to continue spending crazy amounts per video, which appears to be why there is now a buzzkill squad that'll have to force budgets on videos and make sure they stick to those budgets. And so that means, no more spending $29 million for just the sets of the first 2 episodes of a Beast Game season and losing tens of millions of dollars on the project. A mistake so massive that even Jimmy said, "I'm an idiot." And reportedly, according to one ex-staffer, these changes over the past few months have meant that it's getting more corporate, saying people were used to the Wild West and now you can't run a company this size that way. Now, with all that said, I think it is hyperbolic to say that Mr. Beast is running out of money, because when you look at it, it appears that the media side's really just the side that's bleeding money. Things like Feastables and other Mr. Beast products are actually very profitable for the company and accounted for about half the revenue. And so to a certain degree, you could argue that all the videos, they're essentially just big ads. Though that said, they obviously want that side to also be profitable, and Hausenbold's confident that by this year, things will turn around. In fact, in that same leaked investor deck, it claimed that the company is projected to make $317 million in media revenue and spend just $292 million. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how it plays out, though I'll say, it really does feel like Mr. Beast is too big to fail. Obviously, those could be famous last words, but his weird, petty reaction to the Rolling Stone thing aside, there's really just never been anyone like Mr. Beast in our space. Like, his bad view videos are 62 million plus. But yeah, whether it be the Rolling Stone of it all or the business side, I'd love to know your thoughts and reactions to what we're seeing right now. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say I drink lots of water, partly because I have PKD, polycystic kidney disease, but also because Clean water, it impacts everyone's health. Be it with my kidneys already working overtime, it's a top priority for me. After researching tons of water purifiers, I started using Cove Pure, today's sponsor and the only purifier I trust to do the job. And it's simple. The fewer toxins in your water, the less pressure on your body, especially your kidneys. And a lot of people just don't realize how much harmful stuff's in the water. Arsenic, lead, microplastics, even PFAs, aka forever chemicals. So yeah, clean water matters for everyone, kidney issues or not. Cove Pure is certified to remove up to 99.9% of harmful contaminants. Pitcher filters only remove 23% of arsenic. Bottled water is not much better. One study found over 240,000 microplastic particles in a single liter of bottled water. And Cove Pure is installation free. I plug it in and it gives me hot or cold water instantly.
That's perfect. Wow, that's better than my fridge filter.
And I love that I can monitor my water quality in real time and it looks
The Frame Pro, with wireless One Connect box for no messy cords. Even smarter with Smart Things and Galaxy AI.
looks great in my kitchen or wherever I put it. Your body is 60% water, and if it's not clean, you're neglecting the foundation that your body runs on. So hey, get complete peace of mind with a water purifier I trust. Scan that QR code or go to covepure.com/DeFranco to get $200 off. And definitely hurry because that offer won't last. But then getting back into the news that started breaking today as we were filming the rest of today's show is that there was a deadly shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Right, so we'll have more on this later, but the details so far as I'm recording, they're pretty sparse. But what we know is that the gunman opened fire at the school's gathering for Mass this morning, which was meant to mark the first week of school. According to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, at least 2 students were killed and another 17 were injured, with 14 of those being kids. The 2 children who are dead were reportedly 8 and 10 years old, and their parents have been notified. Also, as of recording, several of the other victims are in rough shape. Reportedly, of the 11 victims that went to Hennepin Healthcare, 7 are in critical condition, with 4 of those requiring surgery. And those kids range from ages 6 to 14. And the reason you're seeing
they
that
killed
age
it.
range
Like
is
fighting with fucking
Catholic
kids
school
about what
serves
price they're gonna
pre-K
pay about
through
shit
8th
is
grade.
like
And with that,
irritating
Chief O'Hara
as
said,
fuck.
This was a deliberate act of
Aggravating
violence
as fuck, man.
against innocent children and other people worshiping.
This is bullshit.
The sheer cruelty.
Offer won't last. But then getting back into the news that started breaking today as we were filming the rest of today's show is that there was a deadly shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Right, so we'll have more on this later, but the details so far as I'm recording, they're pretty sparse. But what we know is that the gunman opened fire at the school's gathering for Mass this morning, which was meant to mark the first week of school. According to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, at least 2 students were killed and another 17 were injured, with 14 of those being kids. The 2 children who are dead were reportedly 8 and 10 years old, and their parents have been notified. Also, as of recording, several of the other victims are in rough shape. Reportedly, of the 11 victims that went to Hennepin Healthcare, 7 are in critical condition, with 4 of those requiring surgery. And those kids range from ages 6 to 14. And the reason you're seeing that age range is Annunciation Catholic School serves pre-K through 8th grade. And with that, you had Chief O'Hara saying,
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
As for the gunman, Chief O'Hara confirmed that he was identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, who took his own life at the scene. Westman reportedly had no criminal history and had recently purchased the shotgun, rifle, and pistol he had on him at the time of the shooting lawfully. He also said that there was a manifesto from the shooter that appeared to be scheduled to go live on YouTube immediately following the shooting, with that seemingly including footage of Westman at the scene. With that manifesto quickly being taken down by the FBI, and investigators still saying they're working on identifying a precise motive. There was also a rumor that the shooter brought an explosive device, but that was quickly debunked by the chief, who said that something like a smoke bomb was found, but no true explosive. We're saying it was more like a firework than anything else. And as far as motive and more information, there's an investigation still ongoing. Though as I'm recording this, there's more and more coming in, but we want to give it time to make sure what's true and what's being kind of more speculative. But with all this, as far as the responses, we saw Minnesota Governor Tim Walz saying on X that he's been briefed on the situation and saying, "I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence." Senator Amy Klobuchar saying, "I am heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Minneapolis this morning, saying my prayers are with the students, teachers, and families, and I am grateful for the first responders who were on the scene. But you also then had Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry not playing with the thoughts and prayers conversation, saying, don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. And all of this is, we know that Donald Trump has been briefed on the shooting with the White House saying they're monitoring updates. But obviously, as we wait for more information to come out and get confirmed, our hearts go out to these kids, their families, and all the staff, and just everyone that's having to go through this horrific tragedy. But then, shifting gears from that very heavy news, we should also talk about another thing that you should probably be worried about, though in a very different space. FEMA employees are now being placed on administrative leave after warning that Trump's overhaul of the agency could lead to another Hurricane Katrina, which is saying something because a little reminder, because it's been a minute, it was the costliest disaster in U.S. history and one of the deadliest. We're talking 1,833 deaths and $161 billion in property damage. And it was a slow federal response that we saw there that led to the passage of the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, a law that on Monday nearly 200 current and former FEMA employees accused the Trump administration of just ignoring. Or they signed a letter called the Katrina Declaration, and they wrote, "Our shared commitment to our country, our oaths of office, and our mission of helping people before, during, and after disasters compel us to warn Congress and the American people of the cascading effects of decisions made by the current administration." And then they added that they hope that their warnings would come in time to prevent not only another national catastrophe like Hurricane Katrina, but also the effective dissolution of FEMA itself and the abandonment of the American people such an event would represent. Right, and a big thing to hone in on here is that the employees highlighted specific provisions from the act that they say that the Trump administration is failing to follow. Things like a requirement that FEMA administrators have a demonstrated ability in and knowledge of emergency management, which, yeah, seems like a plus. And then another being that the Homeland Security Secretary may not substantially or significantly reduce the authorities, responsibilities, or functions of the agency. Brings us to the guy that's in charge, David Richardson, who you might remember as the guy who told the employees back in June that he didn't know that the U.S. had a hurricane season. And then as far as interference from the Homeland Security Secretary, we've got things like Kristi Noem imposing new spending rules that have delayed hundreds of FEMA contracts and seemingly even impacted the agency's response to the flooding in Texas back in July. And all that is, you remember that the administration has also cut billions of dollars in FEMA grants intended to help communities deal with disasters. Trump even said in June that he wanted to eliminate FEMA after the end of the hurricane season and move emergency management efforts back to the state level. With that take, then probably making it not that big of a surprise that the acting FEMA press secretary claimed that the administration is just working to reduce red tape, inefficiency, and outdated processes across the agency, and adding, it is not surprising that some of the same bureaucrats who presided over decades of inefficiency are now objecting to reform. And then with all that, a now unknown number of the nearly 200 people who signed that letter have been put on administrative leave, which also appears to be something they saw coming. I mean, about 150 FEMA employees who signed the letter purposefully withheld their identities for fear of retaliation, with one even saying that many decided not to sign their names because they were worried about being put on administrative leave, which is also exactly what happened to 144 employees at the EPA after they signed a similar letter criticizing the administration. And notably, while it's not always the top of the news of the day, like people speaking out, this is not new. You've had employees at the NIH, NSF, and NASA all signing similar letters taking issues with new policies and funding cuts. But for now, at least based off of what we're seeing, it seems like they might just be shouting into the void. So I figured the least I could do is put a spotlight on it when these things happen, especially because when something horrible does happen and everyone's like, I don't know how it happened, at least we can have a small army of people going,
this is an unfinished film. You can take over as director if you like. There are some scenes missing, but that's so you can try out some of your ideas. What are these guys running from? Is it like zombies? Or the cops? Or are they trying to save someone? Like, they could be launching themselves off and like an octopus tries to like grab it out of the air or something. Literally anything is possible. The world is your oyster, as they say. Or in this case, maybe it's like a giant squid or something. Is there like loot and gold and stuff around here? Again, that's completely up to you. Oh, maybe there's a town right there in the background that's like pink and glowing instead of a city. The world is what you make it.
The only way to make healthcare better is to keep solving, and we want you to know how we're doing it. Providing support at our Florida Blue centers and offering plans that fit your needs and budget. See health solutions that are making healthcare more affordable. Florida Blue.
Really? Look at this. Proper understanding and blame could be had, even though how much does reality matter these days? I don't know. But then next up, in some just general what the fuck news, let's talk about Ryan Borgward. Because for a few weeks last year, he was dead. Or at least that's what his friends, family, and the authorities thought. Because on August 11th of last year, Ryan told his wife that he was gonna go kayaking on Green Lake, roughly 100 miles north of Milwaukee. But then, the next morning, he was gone, and so his wife reported him missing. And at first, his disappearance was investigated as a possible drowning. They found his overturned kayak, tackle box, and phone. And they launched a massive diving, sonar, and cadaver dog search, spending 58 days searching for a body that just never turned up. And so police, they widened the investigation, with them then discovering some clues that made the whole thing smell fishy. Turns out a few months before Ryan renewed his passport, he was moving money to a foreign bank account, taking out a life insurance policy. And then when investigators followed this new trail, it led to a woman from Uzbekistan that Ryan had been talking to online. And it turns out Ryan apparently said he loved this woman. He reversed his vasectomy, then faked his death, devastating his wife and kids to go start a new life with this woman overseas. And on the actual night of his disappearance, he apparently capsized his kayak, threw his fishing pole, tackle box, phone, wallet, and keys into the lake, and rode an e-bike through the night to Madison before taking a bus to Toronto and then a flight to Paris. With him then making his way to the country of Georgia, where he set up his new life. He got an apartment and a job, and he settled in with this new woman. But then all of that leading to November, where investigators made contact with Ryan, finding him alive and well, and they persuaded him to come back to Wisconsin. With him then quickly charged with obstructing an officer, and his wife of 22 years divorced him. Now, at first, he pleaded not guilty, but he ended up changing his plea to no contest, which isn't an admission of guilt, but for the purpose of sentencing, it's treated like it is. But then all of that bringing us to why we're talking about Ryan today, and that is that he was just sentenced to 89 days in jail. With the judge seemingly not a fan of Ryan, throwing out the prosecutor's plan for just 45 days and sentencing Ryan to 1 day in jail for every day that he was missing from when police started the search to when they made contact with him. Ryan also agreed to pay $30,000 in restitution to the police department, reimbursing them for the money that they spent trying to find him. And the judge saying that this specific sentence is meant as a deterrent for anyone else thinking of faking their own death. Which honestly, up until this moment, I didn't think that there was a need for there to be a deterrent. You know, with all that, as crazy and involved as this story is, it's also not the most surprising, because like, how many people do you know, they jump through 25 more steps than just dealing with their issues head on? And I'm just left thinking, don't be stupid. Stupid? If you're not happy, just leave. But then, finally today, let's end with congratulations and do one more thing. Starting with congratulations to Alyssa G, SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, and Alyssa's using her winnings to go see 17. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. But then today's one more thing is that yesterday I got hit up a ton on the text line, people saying, why didn't you talk about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift getting engaged? And my general response is, hey, bless them. I wish them the best, but I kind of just didn't care. And that's not to shade the people that do. Love the Swifties. I watched a full New Heights podcast that Taylor Swift was on, right, with my wife. The entire time she's like, I bet they're already engaged. I bet they're already engaged. So yeah, it put a smile on my face to be the one that broke the news to her. But when it comes to Taylor Swift and also her relationship with Travis Kelce, the thing that is interesting, and I will talk about, is the focus on them, right? Like, it goes beyond parasocial stuff. It gets into the corporate and capitalistic world. I mean, you've got things like prediction markets actually had odds on would they get engaged before the end of the year. So yesterday with the news breaking, a lot of people won and lost money. Also yesterday was weird because it was like brand accounts, Super Bowl, like Buffalo Wild Wings offered to cater their wedding. Chili's Grill and Bar was like, hey, we'll do the engagement party. Publix offered to provide the cake, and Annie Ann's offered to be the flower girl. And hey, at least Krispy Kreme gave out free donuts last night from 5 to 7 p.m. I don't know, I guess I'm just an old man. I'm not even shouting at a cloud. I'm just an old man. I'm like, I don't want to hear the sentence, did you see what the Cheesecake Factory and the Empire State Building said about Taylor Swift's engagement? No, but I saw what Shrek said. We also saw a reaction from the man that is a part of every single story of our lives, or at least the next 3.5 years, and that is that Donald Trump, who in September declared in all caps, I hate Taylor Swift, now said,
I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person, so I wish them a lot of luck.
But hey, all that said, I'll leave it with two things. One, they both seem fantastic. I wish them nothing but the best. And two, sending thoughts and prayers to my guys out there in relationships 3+ years with women that really want to get married. Because my guy, I know she's looking at you different today. And then it's really got me thinking, are we gonna see a rise in proposals over the next year? And then Maybe because some people are gonna push a little early, an increase and then divorces several years from there. Oh wait, I forgot about this big-headed bastard. The weirdo Charlie Kirk went on a little rant where around this engagement he ended up on.
Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
Look, and the thing is, it's not like he's a singular weirdo. Like, it boggles my mind that there are a number of young men that think like this is what masculinity looks like. Like, if you don't treat your woman like your property or your dog, you're somehow like bitch made. It's a sad state of affairs that women have to deal with shit like that, and then guys have to be unnecessarily grouped in with assholes like that. But that, my friend, is the end of today's show. Tap or click right here to watch your newest episode of my podcast, or tap or click right here.
Did I watch it all already? Fuck, man. What the fuck, bro? God, I was supposed to watch it all while I was playing video games. Oh, I can't do that. UK is over. That's
so basically what happened is that these girls were getting harassed by,
Stupid girls,
I guess, some migrants or some shit. That's what people at least say. And this girl, apparently now, people are rallying around this pretty much. And police arrested her. Yes, they arrested this girl. So obviously, oh shit! She says show the knife so he can go and get her in trouble, which is so crazy that like this guy is trying to bait a 14-year-old girl into doing something that's going to get her in trouble after he's trying to stalk and sexually harass her. This, and by the way, we're not talking about like fucking 18, 17, nothing like that. I don't know what the age of consent over in Britain is, but I tell you what it's not, and it's not 14, okay? So this is nuts, bro. She 12? Oh my God. It's 16? Yeah, well that ain't 12. I tell you, I've been to math before, and that ain't the way them numbers add up. Actually, it is. The way it adds up is it you subtract it, and it comes out to 10 to 20. You believe that?
This girl is in big trouble.
Yeah.
And this is what happened. So on August 23, 2025, the police received a report that a girl was seen with bladed weapons threatening an immigrant in Dundee, Scotland.
Yeah.
Although it was not really stated what led to this incident. The police...
Isn't it crazy how like all you have to do is press these people and they go back to their default programming? Is like, this is so like they immediately, bro, they immediately go back to the Braveheart. Immediately, like you said, oh wow, like, oh, there's no way they're gonna go back, bro. This 14 or 12-year-old girl is more aggressive. Yeah, they factory reset. Yeah, she's got more fucking she's got more freedom inside of her than half the pussies in Parliament do. What the hell happened? Yeah, they factory resetted her.
As a result of the failure of the police to protect the natives of Britain from crimes perpetrated by immigrants. The police has, however, revealed that the girl will be charged in connection to the incident.
So the girl is the one that's getting charged. I cannot wait, bro. I cannot wait for the crash out over this. Because I guarantee you, this is building up into a... like this is gonna be a generational crash out. Like people are gonna be losing, people gonna die. Like I'm gonna say that right now. People gonna die, and it's gonna be a lot of them. This is gonna be real bad. And yeah, rape is lynching. Yeah, and I'm telling you, it'll radicalize everybody. It will. And yeah, this is and the thing is, the government's to blame. You don't want to blame the immigrants. Like, I mean, obviously they shouldn't be there. But at the end of the day, this is like, you know, these people are not being held accountable. It's a different culture. They shouldn't be here in the first place. Like the immigrants, yeah, they're wrong, they're bad, and obviously, you know, put them in jail, get rid of them. But at the same time, illegal immigrants and migrants, normal immigrants, I'm okay with, right? But in general, it's important to preface that. But the point is that, you know, you got a bunch of this other shit. You know, it's really... It's in my opinion, I always look at, so maybe this sounds crazy, but I always look at who has the power to change the outcome. And I look at them as the ones who are truly responsible. And that's the way I see things, is I look at the person who could change it and who chooses not to. And that's the person who I say is wrong. So really, that's what it is. Why is he recording a kid? So he can get her in trouble for trying to defend herself, obviously. That's clearly it.
Need a new mattress but confused by all the choices? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Our sleep experts have the know-how to match you with a perfect mattress. And now get a queen mattress plus adjustable base for $399.99. Mattress Firm, we make sleep easy.
And so yeah, anyway, so you got this girl, bro, like she and she's doing this, right? Just to try to get this guy away from her, man. And so anyway, she was defending her 12-year-old sister. Wife material, modern times. I mean, no, not wife material. No, that's the whole reason this happened. But anyway, absolutely disgusting. The rest of 14-year-old, yes. And let me, I know what he's saying, but like it's definitely the wrong time to say something like that. Anyway, you know, there's cameras at the park. The police should release the footage. Yeah, of course they can. And so anyway, this is what's been going on. A lot of people have been talking about this, and it's really not a surprise that what I find to also be interesting is that there's only a couple of videos about this at all on YouTube. I would have expected to see a tremendous amount of videos about this topic, considering how many people are discussing it. But for whatever reason, there's almost nothing about this on YouTube at all. Oh, I know why. It's because it was in Scotland. That's the reason. That must be why. Yeah, because I was searching for the wrong place. And so anyway, yeah, why is knife-wielding Scottish girl went viral? Yeah, there it is, guys. And so anyway, I'm pretty glad to see this happen, see people fighting back. I think it really is a sad state of affairs that the strongest show of masculinity and force in defending their homeland in the last like 10 years from the Scottish people has been a 12-year-old girl. I find this to be a little bit upsetting. Like, wow. It's big on Twitter. Okay, let me see if I can find it here and pull it up. Yeah, here we go. In Dundee, Scotland, a 14-year-old girl was captured in a viral video showing the girl defending herself and her 12-year-old sister. So a 12 and a 14-year-old girl. As someone who's stalked by pedophile ages 8 to 11, I can tell exactly what point this girl's at. This isn't the first time pedo Muslims have harassed her and her sister. She's exhausted every avenue of pleading the adults to help her, and they failed. Yeah, I think that the big issue is that a lot of adults don't want to approach this topic because they're afraid of being labeled as a racist. And because they're afraid of that, they end up letting people like her get abused and taken advantage of. That's not true. No, I think it is. I think it absolutely is. And so, and I don't know if this person's a Muslim or not. I think this is just like, I mean, maybe this is just, you know, fan fiction, stuff like that. I wouldn't really go and, you know, like draw that conclusion all the way. But either way, you know, it's a problem regardless. And it's not true. Yeah, it might be a hot take, but I believe minors shouldn't be filmed in public under any circumstances unless they're actively breaking the law. You think minors shouldn't be filmed in public under any circumstances unless they're breaking the law? I'm trying to think what the reasoning would be to say that shouldn't be true. I think that if you're filming something and... So I feel like there's a big difference between a minor being on film and a minor being filmed. Does that make sense? So like, for example, like if you're recording like a specific person, then I could definitely be on like your side of the fence with it. But like if you're just like filming it like a McDonald's and there's like some kids behind you, then no, I don't think that should be illegal, right? And so like it's kind of like common sense stuff. It's too complicated. Yeah, I think it might be too complicated, but I agree with you in principle of what you're trying to remove. It's not the men plot up kids parks and video the girls. This is something that happens every day, not just parks, schools, and beaches too. Yeah, but like, don't you think that that problem is like, I mean, yeah, definitely that's an issue, but like, wouldn't you just go arrest those people? Like, this is the way I look at it. So what you're telling me is there's like a small group of people that's causing a big problem for, and like, so the way that you deal with that is you punish everybody? No, bullshit. No, yeah, well, I don't think that you need to have these like overarching rules in order to stop really stop the 2%ers.
No matter which one.
I think that we have a fundamental problem that all of the rules and all of the laws are curated around stopping 2%ers. And everybody has to, like, we would be living in a utopia if we did not have laws that were made to micromanage 2%ers. And that's really what's going on here, right? More like 10% in America. I think it's 2% personally, but you know, who knows? And UK doesn't have a Muslim problem, they have a boy problem. They imported all the problematic people that would be in jail in their own countries. Well, I have no idea whether they did that or not. I just genuinely don't know. But yeah, these girls' mothers beat up the guy's sister, and then he started recording them. Maybe, yeah, I just don't know. And let's see here, they're absolutely horrific. Yeah, don't fucking touch us. Girls screaming at a migrant, recording them before brandishing an axe and a knife. So yeah, there you go, guys. Man. And obviously, I mean, this is one of those things where it seems like pretty much everybody is on the same side of this issue. Like, this is definitely, I would say, a rallying point where a lot of people have begun to get more radicalized by this. And I think that you're going to continue to see this happen in general. So, yeah. And Zach Millennials had their brains pumped full of gangster rap that idolized this criminal behavior. That's really a lot of the reason why we got here. I don't think that's the reason why. I think that what happened is that in education, right? I think this is a good thing to an extent. The problem is that acknowledging any sort of a systematic problem that happens with a group of people who think a certain thing.
It's not something anyone wants to hear, but we caught this early, and we can fight this.
We're in the home stretch now.
We believe in hope and courage.
Your numbers look great. We beat this.
We believe in you. Parish Healthcare. Healing experiences for everyone, all the time.
We, the beef people of Winn-Dixie, are united to make more perfect barbecues, to amp up your flavors, to stock your block parties, and keep the good times going for all. We, the neighborhood butchers at Winn-Dixie, do declare our dedication to you and to keeping savory traditions alive for the next generations. We are Winn-Dixie. We are the beef people.
That's automatically seen as racist or problematic. So if you have a bunch of people that think something that's reductive or problematic, if that group of people is a non-white group of people, it's very hard for, I think, society to deal with that because people are so trained to automatically, like, repudiate anything that even sounds like racism, right? And that's clearly what's happening, right? It's not rap music. Yeah, that's clearly what it is. Why dance around it? Well, what I'm saying is that I think this is an overarching problem. It's in the UK, it's in America, it's in anything. Whenever there is a problem with any group of people that's not like a gang violence, I think gang violence is a great example. Like, gang violence is predominantly minorities, right? It is. And this is just a fact. Everybody knows this. But, you know, being able to talk about it in this way, people don't want to because there's a racial connotation to it. And I think that's what people are afraid of, and that's the reason why these issues don't get resolved. And I think the worst thing about that is the people that really suffer are the minorities in these communities that are being terrorized by these gangs. That's what's really happening. There's a different angle. I don't know yet. It's not that hard. Government's protecting migrant criminals. Yes. I think the government is protecting the migrant criminals, and it's embarrassing. And again, I think more of these things need to happen until people in the country just get mad enough and then they start pushing back. And I think that they will. I think it's already beginning to happen. Do you think there's any chance this was staged? No, I think that what happened is that these girls probably have been harassed by this person in the past. Like, I mean, I generally assume that this girl isn't playing Skyrim, right? She doesn't just have these 2 items in her inventory. So the probability is that this has been happening to her for a regular period of time, and her going out into a public space, she probably brought these with her because she was anticipating this to happen. And she did that for her own protection. So that's the most logical thing of how it happened. That's what I would guess. And so, yeah, breaking point for the poor kid. Yeah, of course, right? And she alluded to those. Dude, that was real. I think it was real, too. But, yeah, that's it. Most other countries are racist, though. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, but I don't want to live in those other countries. Like, a lot of those countries I don't want to live in either. People in Scotland are naturally siding with the alleged assailant because people from that area are dog, rough, and feral. I don't know about that. I mean, are people really doing that? Like, new information on the Dundee Axe girl. The man was innocent after all.
Savor the taste of victory.
Oh, geez. The quote, no, the police in Scotland have confirmed to the Courier that the investigation has concluded. It is understood that despite reviewing CCTV and making other inquiries, the officers have found nothing to support the allegations made against two individuals highlighted in the post. Okay, so this is how you can immediately disprove this. Why didn't he just walk away from her then? Really? I mean, wouldn't, like, if somebody told me, leave me alone, I would just walk in the other direction. So why is it that you didn't just immediately start turning around and getting away from this person? Why would you film them at all? It's because they harassed him. Surely they must have harassed him. Surely that's actually what happened. No, should anyone from Scotland take a look and see if that's a standard in that situation? Seeing right-wing grifters trying to make into something else is wild. Anyone from Scotland? Oh, man. That is insane. Oh, my God. Why the fuck is Elon Musk feeling the need to stick his nose into every aspect of UK politics? Because he's trying to help you before you give your country away to people that are going to kill you. That's the reason why. You should be saying thank you. Thank you, Elon. Thank you for caring about my country, even though I want to give it away to foreign invaders for Reddit upvotes. Thank you, Elon. Yes. Oh, my fucking God. Glasgow's full of them? Oh, I have no idea, but this is insane, man. Can you turn your brightness up? And yeah, exactly. By the way, why would anybody trust the police there? Isn't it amazing that people would even consider that? Why would you trust the police whenever the police have been systematically exposed for trying to suppress this data in the first place? And we're supposed to just believe this? We're supposed to just trust this and say, oh yeah, this is what's going on? No, I think the reason why they said this is that they might not have absolute conclusive proof, but let's just use your fucking brain. See, this is the mind of a Redditor, is that they would rather take the an authority figure's position, and they would rather take their point of view rather than use their own thinking. And this is the big problem that I think Reddit has, is that Reddit has such, I said Tigger, okay? I didn't use the N, all right? Even if
I think when it comes to the work I do through advocacy, oftentimes there is imposter syndrome. I often think, oh, I really shouldn't be here. Do I deserve to be here? And this certificate is a actual physical reminder, like, actually, yes, I deserve to be in these spaces. It's boosting my confidence. It's setting myself up for success. I'm proud that I can silence the imposter syndrome a little bit so I can be loud, that I can stand up for what's right and do best for my community. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
With Ashley's next-gen Nuvella Performance fabric, you can relax. These pieces are easy to clean, and some styles feature machine washable covers. Discover next-gen Nuvella at Ashley.
I almost had a Tectone moment there, didn't I? But no. So, yes, no, absolutely not. And I've never read it. So anyway, what was I saying before? I totally got distracted. Only I could confirm your views. Exactly. So what happens is that people are willing to give up their own 5 senses. You are looking at a person actively pursuing 2 underage girls that are very clearly, like, saying, leave us the fuck alone, walking away from him. What kind of a person walks after somebody who's saying, leave me alone, stop following us? Who does this? Just apply even the slightest amount of logic to this. And this is the problem with Redditors, is that they're stupid people who think that they're smart. And that's the scariest thing that you can possibly have. Because a stupid person who thinks that they're smart will listen to somebody who they think is smarter than them because they think that that reinforces their own intelligence. That's the big issue of what's happening here, okay? You can see that. And Dunning-Kruger effect? No, this is not Dunning-Kruger effect. It's just the, 105 IQ effect. This is unironically, you know, like that meme with like the really smart guy and the big retard that have the same opinion and the guy in the middle that like has this different dumb opinion. That's where we're at. So the 80 IQ is about, hey, come over here and all this shit causing fucking a problem. What the hell are they doing here? What the hell is this? And then, you know, you got the smart people that are like, well, if you look at the data and you see the amount of crimes that are being reported, and then, of course, after they said that, they go to jail. But then you have the people in the middle like, oh, no, but the police said that, you see, she made this man follow her. She was telling him to leave, but what she really was trying to do was make him follow her. Yeah, come on. It's insane, man. I misclicked the follow macro. Exactly. I see the Minneapolis shooting. I have not. I'm going to get to it, okay? It was a Christian church. Everybody was super excited and clamoring for the shooter to be a Muslim. They were saying, please let it be a Muslim. It was a white guy. That's right. Another one. Can you believe it? I guess we have a mental health crisis in this country. Yeah. And a trans white guy? Well, is it? No, hold up. Wait a minute. The guy had long hair. He had long hair. Does that mean he's trans? Like, I mean, what are we doing here? And so, yes, and yeah, it's probably, I don't know. Was it really? Okay, oh, they're trans. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. We're going to get to that, but let me finish this, okay? Yes, all right. Give me a minute. I did not know this was, you called this? I actually didn't, well, in a way I did, with like everybody clamoring to like, you know, which group of people is at fault for this? I think that, this is my opinion, okay? I think that if you go into a Catholic school full of children and you kill them, you have transcended ideology. You are into psychosis. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Muslim, trans, straight, gay, tall, short, fat, skinny, male, female, anything. You have transcended ideology. You have transcended logic. You have transcended doctrine. You have transcended even dogma. And you have entered into psychosis and profound mental illness. And so that's the way I see it, okay? That's the way I see it. I think that there are very few Luigis where it seems like this guy kind of like, you know, it wasn't a total nutball. But yeah, you've transcended. Oh, transcended. Damn. I didn't even see that. I didn't even know that. Bro, we're gonna get to it real quick, okay? But yeah, the problem with what you're saying is you're being logical. Twitter retards aren't capable of that. Well, that's why everybody's watching me. That's why everybody waiting to see what I'm gonna say about it. Like, whenever I say something about something, everybody talking about it, people are like, damn, can y'all believe what he said? They're like, damn, let's talk about what he said. And like, that's it. So no, of course, right? I mean, that's the reason why, is that in a world that's gone crazy, I'm the only one who's sane. And by the way, I hate to tell you guys this. This is, I almost don't want to say this. I really believe that. I do. I really believe that. I believe that I'm one of the only people who hasn't gone crazy. Everybody else has gone crazy. And I'm one of the only people who hasn't. Yes, yes, Jarrell Rock, exactly. You're not alone. Sometimes I feel like it. But yes, I know that I'm not alone. You gonna talk about, yeah, I'll talk about Tectone's ban. Tectone got banned for being white.
Running has always been my thing. But after having my baby, everything changed. It's not just about me anymore, and I needed to feel safe without giving up my freedom. Now, I carry a Byrna. Non-lethal, powerful, and legal. I'm not afraid, I'm free. Confidence in every step, thanks to Byrna.
Snake, Try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
But if there were a training camp, you know, like how to be Snake 101, do you think you'd actually survive that?
Survive it. Take a look at this. Throughout history, only a select few have risen to the ranks of
Give me the
legend.
fucking coin, bro.
Warriors who possess the skill, the strength, and the will to survive. Your mission is simple.
He's sold in the
Save
fucking
world.
portal!
Always remember, your training is the best ally.
The survival knife is a necessity in the field. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. Use it well.
So fucking
Today,
mad, bro.
we separate the men from the snakes. A true operative must disarm and neutralize an opponent in seconds.
Don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed.
Stealth is an art of patience and precision. Infiltrate by any means possible.
Oh my fucking god, why is he not?
The uralluminescent mushroom is a mushroom found only in Selenoyarsk. It looks like a shiitake mushroom, and it's often found growing on the trunks of trees. I can't guarantee that it'll taste just like a shiitake mushroom, though.
Out in the field, you'll need an iron will to pair with an iron stomach. There are no second chances. It's you against the world. So, if you're as eager for Delta as we all are, don't miss the chance to jump in early. Experience it yourself when you play Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater.
That's what happened. I found out from an anonymous source yesterday in my dreams that Tectone actually was banned for being white. We've got a crazy problem here on Twitch, and that's where we're at. Big mistake. That's right. Should have done what, wait, I was gonna make a blackface joke. Let's not. And anyway, so the point is, so you have Scotland that's trying to sweep and justify why it's okay. Like, I mean, again, these people will totally just resign any form of logic, rationality, or common sense thinking away in order for them to reaffirm their just stupid fucking views. So stupid. And so, yeah, you dream about Tectone? No, I didn't say. I didn't say if it was a nightmare or not, did I? And he got banned because he was bald. Maybe you're right. And so, yes. Anyway, Tectone viewership went down 100% after the bot crackdown today. That's true. Before, Tectone had 11,000 viewers, and now Tectone has 0. I wonder what happened. I guess he was. So nobody was watching. Well, how do you guys even know about it then? Yeah, he doesn't have any viewers today. Damn, that's crazy. In my opinion, I think that I'm gonna be on. Like, I talked to Tectone like very briefly yesterday about the situation. I think that Tectone. The thing is that, like, you have to be able to exercise stoicism and restraint in the face of tension and stress. And whenever you're in a situation where you're, you know, on edge, where you're mad, or where something is, you know, not going the way you want it to, you need to make sure that you keep your head straight. And I think that in a lot of cases, there are times where I could do something that would maybe be very aggressive and it would maybe make me feel good, but it would not achieve my goal in the long term. I think that a form of long-term thinking and long-term planning, because I don't think that it's good for him that he gets banned. I don't think it's good for him that he got suspended. It doesn't help him, right? I mean, obviously, to an extent, you know, it makes him to be a martyr, and I think it does draw attention to the fact that other people have gotten suspended for way less time, for way more stuff. Like, for example, like Mike from PA, like saying that Jews are a demonic ethnicity or demonic entity or something like that, I would say that's worse than just simply using the homophobic F word. And I don't see how any reasonable person couldn't come to that conclusion. But at the same time, you have to look at what serves your interests and what serves your goals the best. Is it best to alienate yourself from a system by doing something extreme in order to prove a point, or is it best to work within the system and to try to change it gradually over time? Now, my opinion in general is to work within a system and change it over time because I think it's more effective. I only look at, and this is something that, you know, it's taken me a long time to get there, and I still fall short of this in some cases myself, but on a personal level, I only look at where I am and where I want to be. That's it. I don't think about how I feel. I don't think about what's right. I don't think about what's wrong. I don't think about what's fair. I don't think about what should happen or what shouldn't happen. I just simply look at where am I, where do I want to go, and how do I get there? That's it. That's the only thing that I think about, is how do I achieve my goal? And if achieving my goal means doing something that might hurt my ego, I do it instantly. If achieving my goal means doing something that would put somebody in a position that they don't want to be in, I would do it instantly. Anything that I would want to do is in service of a goal. And so the moment that you lose sight of that goal and you start thinking in terms of releasing your own self is the moment that your goal is no longer what you're working towards.
Need better sleep? We can help. It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year. Upgrade now to a queen mattress and adjustable base for just $399.99. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. I'm a bestseller. Get it, girl.
That's the way I see it. That's my viewpoint on things. And I know that, you know, in service of the goal. What the fuck is your goal? It depends on what happens. It does. That's called psychosis, my dude. Most people can't set aside their emotions. Well, just work on it. People set it, and that's actually not true. People set aside their emotions all of the time. Everybody in a traffic jam is mad. Nobody is trying to run each other over because people are setting aside their emotions and they're patient and they wait for their turn. All of the time, everybody constantly exercises self-restraint on a daily basis, on a regular basis. 100%. Accusations made against them might have directly led to potentially lethal interaction with law enforcement. I can't see how people don't consider calling someone a rapist to be worse than the F word. Calling somebody a rapist is infinitely worse than calling somebody the F word. Here's how you know that's true. Because calling somebody a rapist can get you a defamation charge and make you lose millions of dollars, and calling somebody the F word can't. So that's a big reason why. It's literally that simple. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you shouldn't be having people say that somebody's a rapist for any reason. Like, that's it. And you can call anyone specific the F word. Well, I'm just saying in general. Saying the F word doesn't land you in jail, but calling somebody a rapist does. Or it could. Not jail, but like a court judgment, right? And so, yeah. But anyway, bro, being in traffic doesn't get me mad enough to want to murder someone. I didn't say that, did I? Did I say murder? No, I didn't. I said drive around everybody else. Like, do you ever get impatient? Have you ever been impatient waiting in a line? Do you run to the beginning of the line? No, you don't. You control your emotions and you wait until it's your turn. This is the way it works.
And so everybody exercises, and this is the problem, right? Is that people have put themselves into a position of learned helplessness where they think that they are not in control of their own lives. But you are in control of your own life. You've always been in control of your own life, and you exercise that restraint every day, every minute, every hour of your life, and you are not even realizing it. And as soon as you realize it, you can practice doing it consciously. But the first thing to do before you can practice doing it consciously is to be conscious of the fact that you've already been doing it. So that's the way that I look at it. Okay, this is some fucking, you know, Asmongold life lesson. By the way, I live in my mom's house. I'm fucking 35. I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm balding, okay? So I wouldn't listen to my opinion on stuff. But in general, that's what I'm saying. I do think that I'm right about this.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $13.99? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you, if wallets could talk. YouTube Premium. Try 1 month free.
Fulfill your calling.
Is, everything all right?
Be prepared for anything. Our enemies are many. Nothing like a good camp out. Such is the will of fate.
everything all right?
Never wait for service at Audi Melbourne. That's right. Our certified technicians are available for same-day appointments. Plus, we offer pickup and delivery.
Wild card. I choose red.
Donation. Anything?
Okay, I think I have something. Uno reverse.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
My face. Touch our fucking shit, please. You scammed them. They're trying to charge you per minute. Per minute. That's a scam.
That motherfucker just police money.
Come. I have a long-range weapon now.
That license to be here.
You got a license to keep yapping or what?
Stupid nigga.
You're gonna knock me the fuck out. For what? Don't do it, buddy. Not worth going back.
Welcome to New York, the city of hustlers and scammers. But what is the difference between an honest hustler trying to make a buck and a filthy scammer finessing naive tourists trying to enjoy their 1 week off of work? As I walked to Times Square, I accidentally stumbled upon a rather creative scam that relies upon you being an apologetic little bitch.
Maybe. I'm just taking a look. I like that Scarface one.
Oh, don't photo.
Okay.
You did the photo, you charge money.
Oh, okay, well.
Can you delete it?
I see, I didn't see that.
Can you delete it?
I'm not gonna delete it, but I get it.
Oh, you wanna buy it?
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just not gonna go into my phone right now. As a principal.
No. Man, you have to delete it.
Delete it, please.
Whoa.
Delete it.
Get away from me. We're in public.
Yeah, public. This
Wait.
public.
Yeah.
This public, no, this is you.
We're in the United States of America.
This one, no.
Yes, we're literally in public.
Man, you look like pussy.
I look like pussy?
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye. That old granny ass bitch was trying to throw hands.
And then I found this 100% legit Apple authorized reseller selling 100% real Apple products on the corner of the street.
Is the Pro? Like sound canceling? Are they real?
Yeah.
Can I hold them? They're like legit though?
Yeah.
How much?
150. That's price. That guy, Apple One.
They're not like stolen or anything? I'm not gonna get like arrested for buying these or anything? They're not like stolen serial number or anything? No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, sorry, 200.
They're 200 now?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Damn. Apple, oh, is it?
Yeah,
Is it legit? Yeah. How much?
100.
100?
It's 200 in the store. From Apple, we sell half.
Can I see it back?
Yeah, we sell the half price, 100.
You have like a sample box that's open?
No, I only have new. You can open it if you want.
Are you gonna charge me if I open it?
No, you want to buy?
Well, maybe, but I want to know if they're real.
They real, look it.
It looks kind of real. How'd you get it so cheap?
Yeah, half price. They buy for the credit card. You know, some people,
I see.
They give people like 5 piece, 3 piece, you know.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, if they're fake, we can negotiate maybe a different price.
Give me 140, no problem. Take your money, no problem.
Do you have like a sample that I could see?
You open your character, no problem. That's right, Apple Watch.
I'm just trying to figure out if they're legit. That's what I'm saying.
You know how much?
Are they like real? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you have like receipt from Apple Store? All right, let's try to connect.
You can connect it, no problem.
All right, let's see. They're not showing up. They'd show up as the AirPods if they were legit.
Because you don't connect it for the ball, you know. Sometimes they connect it for this one, this machina.
Yeah.
You see here.
I'm a little bit sussed out. I feel like it's too good to be true. You feel me? I'm like,
no, bro, it's a good price. No, 80.
But why so cheap? Why so cheap?
Bro, I told you, bro.
But where you get them? Where you get them?
From Apple.
You get them from Apple?
Yeah, man, not me.
Who gets them from Apple?
The other people. Bro, I can't talk to you. That's it, bro. You wanna buy?
$100, $100. I'm trying to make sure it's legit.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's not your business, man.
Oh man.
If you wanna buy. That's it.
Now I'm probably gonna skip. I'm probably gonna skip them, man. Now I'm like,
how much you wanna give me?
Man, but where did you get them? That's my question.
Okay, go ahead. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Damn.
Get the fuck out of here.
Why you being like that? My boy, I just want to know where. Whoa. Don't spit at me though. Oh, we're good. You guys in the market for some AirPods?
We got no money.
I'm kidding. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He's coming at me. No. No. For your time. Wild card. I choose red. Oh, shit. All right, we gotta go. You guys raise some money for gun violence?
Racism, gun violence, homeless.
I have searched far and long for a trace of hope. Savor the taste of victory.
You let me be 2v1 and still fucking hit him in the face? Come on, bro. These people suck ass.
Once again from the top.
He needs to like play the shit I sent to him. Like, come on, bro. Like, seriously, please just play the shit I sent to you.
Savor the taste of victory. The scales will be balanced.
Oh no. Fuck.
That one will serve well.
Racism?
We just talked to him, remember?
Racism too? You guys raise money? I got donation then.
We just talked to him, remember?
Uno reverse. Oh, +4. How much does it cost to stop racism?
How much?
Yeah.
It'll be a couple $1 million, man.
What is the hustle we're out here doing today?
My music.
For the donations?
Yeah, just my music, though. I promote my music. That's how I promote my music, you know?
Okay, fair.
Two-turn, man, you know?
You don't have to donate, but you could.
You don't gotta donate nothing.
Okay, low key, you pretty chill.
I sat in and out of jail since I was 18. Violating peyote piss, couldn't stay clean. Sisters younger than this game, trying to make green. Strapped up with guns, silencers, and beams.
What are some of the hustles and scams we should look out for out here in New York City?
For monks.
Is it for free? Oh, it's money?
Anything.
Okay, I got something for you.
Peace and love. Put that donation.
Wait, are you a monk?
Yeah.
Are you a monk? Okay, I'll put my name.
Peace and love. Put that, yeah. At the US.
Yeah, it's US.
Okay, love.
I mean, I want love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, okay.
Yeah. Anything for that donation? For that, yeah.
Oh, you're giving me for free?
Yeah. Donation. Anything.
Okay, sorry. Uno reverse. Okay, thank you. I have a question though. For monk, is it against monk Buddhist order to take money?
After getting reverse Uno'd, he continued on in the legacy of the enlightened Buddha and began to successfully collect donations to support his temple back home.
I should see where he goes.
So I told my cameraman Pasha to gang stalk him with a camera and to see what this monk's daily scam routine looked like. His smile soon faded to rage, and he truly hated the camera.
Okay? Hello? Okay?
Hey, don't touch my shit.
Jimmy, fuck you.
Hey, fuck you.
Very well.
You.
We're just curious where the monk goes. Where he scams, who he scams.
As we followed him around for a while as a public shaming ritual, he stopped asking for donations and fled underground all the way down to the subway.
Where does the monk go?
Okay.
Okay, but no more scams.
Yes.
No more scams?
Okay.
No more scamming?
Okay.
No more scamming, no more picture?
No picture. Sorry.
Okay, give me a hug then.
How are you?
All right, we're good. We made a truce, I guess, for now. He shouldn't be asking for money for bracelets. He is a scammer, but I kind of like him. I'll be honest, so.
After stalking the monk into submission, I began hunting for the notorious bike scam, where they charge you anywhere from $7 to $10 per minute. And you wouldn't know this unless you looked at the fine print of their often hidden signs. They also emotionally guilt trip you into believing they're pedaling their asses off, when in reality, their motorized bikes don't even require you to pedal them.
Let's see if the biker homies will disclose their price up front. How much to go to, like, the park?
Our price is here. Check the price.
Right here? $9 a minute? Damn.
Do you want me to give you a tour in Central Park or no?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I can do it 1 hour tour, and then I can do it 150. It's fine?
For 150 US dollars?
Well, we are.
I'm like, oh, damn. That's a good grind you guys got going here. This is a good business model. How much you guys make a day? Like $2 grand?
Sometimes.
That's badass. You guys hiring?
I'm just gonna quit.
At Grand Canyon University, we believe in equal opportunity, and the American dream starts with purpose. By honoring your sacred vocation of education, you impact your family, your friends, and your community. From teaching pre-K through 12th grade students to educational administration, GCU's online bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree programs can help you reach your goals. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu. Initial teacher licensure programs are not available in Kentucky.
Okay.
And I stumbled upon these two women who just finished what they thought was a $9 ride.
How much is it?
This is $9 per minute just here.
But it's a 9-minute ride, right?
Yeah, 9.
So it's $73 total? Oh, you guys owe him $73?
Yeah, just 70.
Oh, you scammed them. They're trying to charge you per minute.
Per minute just here, 8, 9.
That's a scam. You scammed them. You scammed them. Did you tell them?
1 second, just here.
They're trying to charge them $9 a minute, $72 total. They thought they were getting the ride for 9 minutes. So he's trying to charge you
Yeah, just here. How much?
You finessed them.
Hey, 1 second.
You finessed them.
Understand? Just here, relax.
Yeah. If you believe he's scamming you, you can just walk away. Because you're getting nervous now, and I'm like, are you a scammer?
Just here, how much pain? Just here. What happened this shit?
We're doing a video on scammers in New York City.
Just what happened?
And I think you're scamming.
No.
Because they didn't know you. Take 2 feet back.
Fine. Just going. No. What happened?
Strip. I'm just watching. Just watch.
Motherfucker, just quit.
Don't get crazy.
Just motherfucker, just hold this one.
Come. I have a long-range weapon now. You're scamming these poor ladies and you know it. You're scamming them. This is blood money. He's gonna hit the camera. This is blood money. Give him 10 bucks, he'll be fine. It's a motorized bike, he didn't even pedal.
Just watching to you, motherfucker.
They clearly didn't know. They escaped, they only paid 10 bucks, thank God. Don't take these bike rides. If you do, negotiate the price beforehand. This is some bullshit though. How much, my boy?
I saw everything. I understand what's happened over there. I think that he's trying to trick with you, like, you know, he doesn't explain to maybe.
They clearly didn't know they were paying 9 bucks.
I understand what's going on.
Do you tell people what they're paying per minute?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's transparency.
Yeah, that's the transparency.
I think he didn't tell them though, and they were confused.
Some motherfucker can
and I think that's a little slimy.
And kind of like, you know, surprise, nobody like right now.
Nobody likes surprise. Everyone's poor. Everyone's trying to make it.
I mean, you have to play the game, so clean. He's definitely.
He knows. They're getting finessed out here. They didn't know they were paying $72 total. They thought it was $9 total, and then they were told it was per minute.
Yeah, it's on the side of the. Yeah.
Okay, so they're good because they have the signs, right? So it's like buyer beware. If you don't read the sign, you get fucked.
Yes, they on the side.
Thank you. Okay, what if you don't speak English though? It's a good question. If someone was like, I don't have the money to pay for this, I didn't see the per minute, or I only speak Spanish.
Well, then you call 911, we'll come address it.
Okay, heard. Okay, call the cops if you're about to get butt by a scammer. Let's go see per minute costs for a taxi. Taxi! How much do you charge per minute?
$5.
$5 a minute? Okay, thank you. That's nearly half the price of what these taxi bike scammers are trying to finesse you on, and they're in a cab.
After fooling with these cretin, it was time to confront the most notorious and dangerous scammers in the city, the Statue of Liberty ferry scammers. Upon entering Battery Park, on your way to the one and only official ferry to the Statue of Liberty, you'll immediately be swarmed by hordes of face-tatted thugs in bright-colored vests trying to sell you a ferry ride. The only catch is, they often charge you double the city's price, only take you around the Statue of Liberty and not on it, while telling customers the city's cruise takes 4 hours,
games in a
while
row.
theirs only
Two
takes
games
2.
in a
They're known
row.
to overcharge
My
customers'
fucking
credit
partner
cards,
quit
tell
out
people they're hired
immediately.
by the city, and that the
So
official
I am
city
literally
ferry is
fighting
closed, block off the
two
pathway,
people
allowing you to buy a ticket
3
from the
different
city,
times
and are
by
notorious
myself
for using intimidation,
and getting half the
aggression, and
resources.
violence into
If your
selling
partner
tickets for
quits, you
double
should
the
get
city's
all
price,
of their
only to
fucking gold.
shove you into a
At
line
least
for a
I should
bus
get
that
all
then
of your
takes you
gold.
to a line for a
You
crappy,
got 3 gold,
overcrowded
I
boat
should have
that
6.
ultimately takes you 4+ hours to boat around the
Why?
Statue of
Why
Liberty.
do I get
Some of
one
these
person's
reviews
resources?
are insane, but after recent news coverage, they've gotten smarter and make sure to tell you they can only take you around the island, but they still employ many of their shady, illegal, aggressive, and manipulative tactics on unsuspecting and often foreign tourists. The city even put up a sign to warn tourists of these scammers, but gave up after the scammer thugs apparently destroyed them. But real quick, in this era of media corruption and bias, it's tough to know what's fake news and what's real news. But luckily, the sponsor of this video, Straight Arrow News, can help you stay informed on the left, right, and center. Using their media mist tool, you can stay up to date on what the mainstream news outlets don't cover on both the right and the left, like CNN getting pushback after saying the Manhattan shooter was possibly white on the left, and the World Health Organization warns that Gaza is facing severe malnutrition on the right. As I edited this video, I learned that RFK Jr. is pulling $500 million meant for vaccine development, and that a Russian volcano has erupted for the first time in centuries. If you want to learn more about a given story, their media landscape tool displays the news outlets covering the story and groups them according to their bias. And if you want to find the original coverage from the outlets that covered it, you can click the outlet's icon and it'll take you directly to their coverage. If you want to stay informed, navigate misinformation, and avoid media bias, go to san.com/Tyler Oliveira for free. Thanks, Straight Arrow News. Back to New York. Hi. What is it?
So this 1 hour 15 minutes tour.
Okay. Is it to get to the Statue of Liberty?
So you see where the bus is?
Yeah.
Once you get the ticket, you get access to a free shuttle bus. This shuttle bus will take you to the boat and takes you on the tour for 1 hour 15 minutes. It takes you to the Statue of Liberty, Brooklyn Bridge, and around here.
Okay, can you show me a little bit more?
They claim theirs is only 2 hours long, while the city's takes 4 hours long, and offer this free shuttle as some sort of false perk.
Is it cheaper then?
No, on the island is cheap. It's $32.50 online.
You're not going inside, you're walking around. If you do 3 hours, it costs $32.50. If you do the 1 hour, it costs $49. It costs
costs more than 1 hour because you're gonna see more.
Oh, costs more to do, but you see more stuff. The path is big. Okay, and you guys are like legit, like the city salesman people, or?
We are. Everybody's legit here, my brother.
What you want to do, the 1 hour express, or you want to get off on the bed?
You tell me.
Go straight to Wilco. You take him to the 1 hour. I'm not taking him to the 1 hour. Go buy his ticket.
Damn, she's got attitude.
Yeah, I do, and I also know the setup. He don't.
The setup? She tweaking, she geeking. Okay, damn, all right. Well, you guys doing the bus stuff? Is this the ferry?
Talk to one of them. I don't work with them.
Oh, you're not a ticket agent?
What are you out here doing a documentary or something? You keep asking everybody the same questions around and around and around, like you're asking everything.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get a good price.
Just recording people and doing what you're doing. And just please have a good day.
All right, my man. Good to meet you, though. Oh, okay.
When you get off the boat, you go down. Okay?
And that's free?
That's not free ferry. Goes free to that island.
Okay.
He asked 18 different things.
I'm price hunting. I'm poor. Damn. I'm chilling. I'm walking here. Damn.
Try to get paid off us. We don't want to give reviews.
But it's on. You hear us.
Huh?
We don't want to give
It's
for your TikTok. Go find someone else to play with.
Red and blue. Are you guys the same
we all
team
work
or
for the same people?
Yeah.
Different teams.
And that's the city or what?
We work for the city. Yeah. So we're contracted by the city to be able to sell these tickets. Because
Use the city contractors.
Right, basically, yeah. So we get our
Damn.
our
Okay.
fees,
Cool.
and then
Yeah.
we get the contracts from the cities and these companies, and then they provide us with the machines and everything. That's how we do it.
Like, what you mean? Like, we're not official. We don't work
Like city, I guess, officials.
we don't work for government or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Only we have a boat that goes around.
All right, and you guys give like different prices?
Yeah, there's a discount. It depends.
But why the hell would anyone pay double the price to go on a ferry that doesn't even take them on the Statue of Liberty Island?
Okay.
You do technically get a product for what you paid for, but they put you on a bus to New Jersey, put you on a rickety boat that goes a circle on the Hudson.
Oh, okay.
And they charge you like $100 a person.
And is that ferry like a yacht, like they say it is?
It's not a yacht. It's like this long thing with like an upper deck, and it's kind of rusty.
And what would be the price of like the legit admission right here?
$25.50.
They're like 30, 40, 50, 60.
Well, they're instructed to lie.
Okay, so don't buy from them. They're pretty pushy though.
Yeah, they put a visitor in a headlock the other day.
What did the visitor do?
Refused to
buy the ticket?
Yeah. They try to stop people from entering Battery Park. There's only 3 entrances to the park, and they control 2 of them.
So they kind of control like the choke points, right?
Yeah, because our jurisdiction only extends this far, like to the dock,
Yeah.
and then to the
At Parrish Medical Center, we're redefining patient care with cutting-edge technology. Our robotic-assisted surgeries for
Why don't you put these signs like all the way out there?
Because then they rip them apart.
Oh, they destroy them?
Yeah. The cities put signs out,
Okay.
but they take them down. Because we're the feds right now, our budget for signs has been removed. It is 0 right now.
So would you say some of them are scams, or they're all more or less a scam by virtue of like lying through omission, or?
Some of them are straight up scams,
Yeah.
and they are illegal. Some of them are intentionally misleading, but technically legitimate businesses. The last I heard, at least the one that takes you to New Jersey, they don't really get you close to the statue. They just go up and down the Hudson around Midtown. It's 25 minutes. There's a ferry every 25 minutes.
Oh, so I wouldn't be stuck on there for 4 hours like they say?
No.
Oh, so they're straight bullshitting on that end too?
Yes.
Like that's their main selling point is speed. See, I'm trying to figure out why so many people are getting on the bus then. It doesn't even make any sense. To double the price.
Less critical thinking, that is.
Okay.
Every
Okay, now I'm pissed.
Ferries every 20 minutes.
Now I'm pissed they've lied to me. You get stuck there for 4 hours? You can't like take a ferry every 30 minutes off? No? So if I get that one, I'm stuck for 4 hours. I cannot leave.
I have more idea on this one.
On this one, because you don't work for that one.
But with cops everywhere, why does the city let these scammers set up shop and illegally sell their ferry experience everywhere outside the park?
Are those guys scammers out there? Semantics?
I can't say all of them are scammers, but they're not supposed to be selling on Parks property without the proper permit. Some of them have vendor's license, but it's not for Parks property. They are providing a service, but then some of them do bend the truth a little bit. Some of them do scam. Yeah.
Gray area of like, some of them are finessers, some of them are not.
Some of them are legit selling you that service that you're looking for, which is going around.
Sure.
They're allowed to be on parks. Like they can walk around.
I see.
They can't sell on parks.
But they do.
Yeah, that's why we.
I see. Okay. If I joke around with them, be like, hey, yo, you a scammer or what? Will they throw hands?
Yeah, I would.
You wouldn't do that?
No. Why would
you know, just check them.
I don't like to incite for no reason. Like, I understand.
Well, incite is,
It was time to restore harmony to the park.
The show, you got Team Purple right there. You got Team Red. Team Blue's all the way over there. Warning.
You actually angle it the other way?
Yeah, please. Like this?
You can't, but one side and it says it on the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this way as well, so when they come in.
Interestingly, as soon as the camera and scam sign popped up, some of them began advertising my sign.
Please read this sign.
Mind you, this is like Apple referring their customers to Samsung. Why would they do this? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. But I got curious to know, how long could these guys keep up their nice guy act? So real quick.
I'd be like, go on down the road, you fuck.
If you want to support our boots on the ground, independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, and uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month.
Man, give views out, spit, do something. No, we're just doing a little PSA, a little public awareness.
Just put it back when you're done with it, right? That's not awareness, that's not real.
That's not real? Who put the signs up? Who put the signs up?
The people that own this property. That's their property.
That's the federal government.
That's their property.
So the feds just made this up? The feds made it up? The feds made it up.
Obviously.
Nothing.
Nothing. We would be in jail.
Half the guys are.
Play someone with a little dick. We're flattered.
I'm a grower, not a shower. I'll be honest, but fair enough. Here's the thing, though. Half these guys were telling me they worked for the city yesterday. They don't. And that's not to say.
Nobody wants.
Some of those purple sweats.
They ain't got nothing to do with us.
Go down there.
Oh, so you guys are a different faction. Different faction? Hey! He's moving the sign. Where are you gonna take the sign, my boy? Where are you taking the sign, my boy? I'm gonna bring it back. Why are you moving the sign if it's not revealing anything? I'm confused. Why though? Why? Nah, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. If it's not revealing anything, I'm bringing it back. They strategically chokehold the only place you can walk. You come straight out the subway, they're here. Straight out that subway, they're there. Straight out that subway, they're there. They chokehold the whole environment. They don't want you to read the sign.
I'm telling them to read the sign.
You were moving the sign.
Don't make no sense.
Okay, then let it be. Then let it be. I'm not promoting dumps. You're scamming.
You're saying we're scamming. That means it's a fake boat, a fake ticket.
Sure.
It's not real.
All right, there are some scammers out here.
Stop lying. This is a false app.
So the federal government put up false advertisement about a scam.
They moved it to the back. So
No. They told me they put it to the back because you guys kept destroying them.
Get up out of here.
Here's my question though. If this sign is inaccurate, why is it a problem that it's there?
No, I have no problem with
Okay,
the
so
sign.
we're cool then.
So look,
Yeah,
what I was saying is, I was trying to tell you to actually put it that way so the people that are coming that way can see it, and everybody can see it as well. I don't care what.
Okay, respect. Read the sign. Now they're forced to acknowledge the truth. Go over there, it's half the price, and you can get on and off every 30 minutes. Yeah, go over there. Keep walking that way, all the way over there. You can get the official ticket online. You don't have to buy from them.
Just take the YouTube channel, move it over.
Why are you tweaking though, if this isn't the truth? Go suck dick. Come on now. It's not fully illegitimate per se, but there's an official means to get on the island if you guys are trying to get on the island. How you doing, man? Appreciate you, bro.
An epic episode of Good Trump, Bad Trump. President Trump is saying that he's going to try to fight flag burning with actual criminal penalties. We'll get into all the details there. Plus, he tried to fire a Fed governor. What exactly does that mean? And we have a massive breaking story, an exclusive here at Daily Wire, exposing the American Medical Association, one of our most cherished institutions, again, opened up and eaten from the inside. First, we are 1 week out. My first book in 4 years, Lions and Scavengers, hits shelves September 2nd. It's right after Labor Day weekend. It's about strength, cowardice, and the fight. We are all in, whether we like it or not. Go to dailywire.com/Ben to pre-order now. It's available everywhere. Amazon, Walmart, Target, Barnes & Noble. But signed copies are only at the Daily Wire shop. Again, go to dailywire.com/Ben. We're 1 week out. Don't miss it. Well, folks, a little bit later on in the show, we are going to get to the American Medical Association. We have a breaking story here at Daily Wire about the AMA. It's pretty astonishing stuff. Basically, they're now pushing gender-affirming care no matter what. We've obtained secretly recorded footage of AMA President Dr. Bobby McCamala, and it truly is astonishing. Wow. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But we have to begin the day with President Trump. So President Trump had himself a day yesterday. In fact, it was an epic day of, we're bringing it back because it was such a big day of this. Good Trump, bad Trump. Yes. They're back. Play the song, guys.
Good Trump, bad Trump, which one will we get today?
Okay, so yesterday, President Trump suggested via executive order that we are going to arrest people and put them in jail for flag burning. Now, you don't know which way I'm going to go on this, right? Was that bad Trump or was that good Trump? Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It was actually good Trump. I'll tell you why it was good Trump. The reason it was good Trump is because people are misreading the executive order. So what President Trump said, as always, is a very simplified version of what the executive order actually says. First, here's what President Trump had to say while signing the executive order.
If you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they?
Yeah, incitement is
incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately.
Okay, so, number one, there is a ruling in Texas versus Johnson that says that flag burning is indeed a legal activity under the First Amendment. Now, I want to go through the history of this in just a second, but I first want to say what the exact executive order says, because people are saying that it somehow criminalizes all forms of flag burning. That is not actually true. First of all, the president does not have the authority, just via executive order, to make anything criminal. You can't just make things criminal via executive order at the federal level. That requires some sort of congressional act. The president can't just deem a thing illegal and it magically becomes illegal. He can enforce the current law by directing his DOJ to prosecute certain crimes that are already on the book. So what exactly did the president sign? Well, according to the executive order, it says, the key part says, our great American flag is the most sacred and cherished symbol of the United States of America and of American freedom, identity, and strength. Over nearly 2.5 centuries, many thousands of American patriots have fought, bled, and died to keep the stars and stripes waving proudly. The American flag is a special symbol in our national life that should unite and represent all Americans of every background and walk of life. Desecrating it is uniquely offensive and provocative. It is a statement of contempt, hostility, and violence against our nation, the clearest possible expression of opposition to the political union that preserves our rights, liberty, and security. Burning this representation of America may incite violence and riot. American flag burning is also used by groups of foreign nationals as a calculated act to intimidate and threaten violence against Americans because of their nationality and place of birth. Notwithstanding the Supreme Court's rulings on First Amendment protections, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action or that is an action amounting to fighting words is constitutionally protected. Okay, so notice what the executive order is doing here. President Trump didn't write it himself. Obviously, he has lawyers on staff who are doing this. He is not saying that if you just burn an American flag at a protest that you're going to go to jail, because that would, in fact, violate Texas versus Johnson. What he is saying is that, like pretty much all other words in American life, if you do something that is likely to incite imminent lawless action, that is not protected by the First Amendment. If I tell you, let's go, for example, attack that courthouse, that is word, right? Those words are not protected by the First Amendment. Why? Because they are likely to incite imminent lawless action. Also, there is a category called fighting words, which has sort of fallen out of common parlance. Legally speaking, it's not clear what fighting words are, but traditionally what it meant is that if you insulted someone, if I called your mother a whore or something, and you punched me, then you could say theoretically that those were fighting words that were not constitutionally protected. Okay, so this EO doesn't do what everybody thinks it does. Right? It does not say that if you burn a flag under any circumstances, you're going to jail. And so what exactly does the White House now expect the Attorney General to do? Quote, the Attorney General shall prioritize the enforcement of to the fullest extent possible of our nation's criminal and civil laws against acts of American flag desecration that violate applicable content-neutral laws while causing harm unrelated to expression consistent with the First Amendment. This includes, but is not limited to, violent crimes, hate crimes, illegal discrimination against American citizens, or other violations of American civil rights, and crimes against property and the peace, as well as conspiracies and attempts to violate and aiding and abetting others to violate such laws. So, again, the entire thing is designed to avoid First Amendment concerns. Now, it may never be invoked. And this is the reason why it goes under good Trump versus bad Trump. So, there are a few different positions on this. Many of them are wrong. Many things can be true at once. One, according to the Supreme Court, the Constitution of the United States protects flag burning as a form of expression so long as it doesn't violate other things like incitement to violence, for example. Two, the Supreme Court decision in Texas versus Johnson is wrong. It's a bad decision. That 5-4 decision, which is held in high esteem by libertarians and members of the left, but actually violates centuries of American precedent, It is a bad decision. Justice Scalia was wrong about this, and I say that advisedly. I'm a huge Justice Antonin Scalia fan. He was the deciding vote 5-4 in Texas versus Johnson back in 1989. He was wrong about this. It's not true. The First Amendment was not designed to protect flag burning. It just was not, historically speaking. And I'll get to that in a moment. So 2 things are true. 1, the law currently says, until it is changed by the Supreme Court, flag burning is protected activity as expression under the First Amendment. 2, that Supreme Court decision is wrong. 3, the executive order is designed to avoid the reach of Texas versus Johnson by linking flag burning to things that are not protected by the First Amendment. Right? Because the truth is that if you're talking about expressive activity, anything could theoretically be expressive activity. Right? The question is, does it violate other forms of criminal law? So, for example, if I strangle you to death with an American flag, can I say that that's freedom of expression? No, that's a criminal activity involving the American flag, and I will go to jail. So what they are attempting to do is link this with incitement, which is, in fact, a criminal activity. 4, there are a bunch of people on the right who are saying, well, you know, it's criminal in America to burn the Pride Progress flag or the Black Lives Matter flag, so it should be criminal to burn the American flag. Okay, it is not criminal in America to burn the Pride Progress flag. If you wish to buy one and then burn it, you can absolutely do that. Now, there are hate crime laws on the books that I think are unconstitutional and violate the First Amendment that may be implicated by, for example, spiraling your wheels over some sort of gay pride flag painted on the sidewalk. I think it's idiotic. It's ridiculous. It's no worse a form of defacement of public property than if you were to just do it on a crosswalk without a gay pride flag on it. But that's a question about hate crimes. It really isn't a question about whether it's illegal to burn a Pride Progress flag or a gay pride flag or a BLM flag. It is not. So don't use one misinterpretation of law to justify another misinterpretation of law. It is neither illegal to burn an American flag, nor is it illegal to burn a Pride Progress flag under the current status of law in the United States. And this kind of bizarre spiral to the bottom, where everybody says a very simplified version of what they think the law is to justify another violation of law, that is a very silly thing. So all of these things are true at once. Now, I want to go back for a second to the idea that the Supreme Court decision in Texas versus Johnson is wrong. The American flag is special. It should be special. I've been a backer my entire political career of a constitutional amendment that would, in fact, criminalize flag burning. Why? Because as we've seen in America, as our institutions fall apart, as we have less and less fealty to anything in common, the American flag remains the only thing to which we should have total fealty. The Constitution of the United States, the American flag, these are the bases for being a good American. I know there's a lot of fraught debate right now about what it means to be a good American. Very, very basic standard to being a good American. You should like the American flag because it's the flag of your country. And 2, you should really like the Constitution of the United States, the organizing founding document of the country. Those seem to me like 2 very, very basic ones. And all this talk about heritage Americans that you're hearing from the right, the idea that you're a true American if your ancestors got here in 1710, as opposed to you're a bad American if your ancestors got here in 1908 or 1945 or 1983 or something. First of all, it's a bunch of horse crap. It's not true. There are plenty of people who are descendants of people who got here in 1710 who are totally anti-American. There are a lot of those people. In fact, it is an anti-American idea that just because you got here at a particular point in time that makes you more American than an American who got here at a different point in time. That's really, really silly. Okay, and from the left, you hear this idea of American citizenship, that American citizenship essentially means nothing, and diversity is what American citizenship is all about, which is not true. It seems to me that if you are going to form an Americanism around ideas, loyalty, and love for the country, the American flag is a very good place to start, which brings us back to that Texas versus Johnson decision. I'm just going to point out here, that's a bad decision. It is a very bad decision. Already coming up, we get into President Trump's executive order. What does the thing actually say? Plus, we will get to President Trump firing a Fed governor and a breaking story here at the Daily Wire about the American Medical Association. First, how many times have you said to somebody, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? That's usually good advice. It is not so true for a cell phone because cell phones degrade over time. Over time, that battery life fades. The processor can't keep up. It's fallen in the toilet perhaps one too many times. Fortunately, thanks to Pure Talk, your cell phone is something you can replace without feeling guilty. When you switch to Pure Talk this month, they're going to give you a Samsung Galaxy A36 for free with a $35 qualifying plan. Just $35 a month for talk, text, data, and a free Samsung phone with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that lasts all day long, all on America's most dependable 5G network. I use Pure Talk all the time. Obviously, I'm using my cell phone all the time. Business calls, family calls, those things matter to me. They matter to you too, so why wouldn't you try out Pure Talk? Supporting companies like Pure Talk is a smart thing to do. You win by cutting your cell phone bill in half. They win by hiring more Americans and helping more veterans. Make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro. Get your free phone today. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro to switch to my wireless company, America's wireless company, Pure Talk. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro. Also, if you're a homeowner, you do need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles. Your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and then just like that, your home title can be transferred out of your name. Then they take out loans using your equity, or they even sell your property. You won't even know it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. So when is the last time you checked on your home title? If your answer is you never have done that, well, you probably should, and that's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock today. You can find out if you are already a victim. Many people at the Daily Wire, including people on this very team, trust Home Title Lock to protect what is likely one of their biggest assets. And in a time when the economy is sort of, up and down and all around, your home is a massive asset. You don't want anybody stealing the value in it. Use my promo code Shapiro at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes. If fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com. Use promo code Shapiro. That's HometitleLock.com. Promo code Shapiro. By 1932, every single state in America had a flag desecration statute. Even though, according to the Supreme Court, the flag was a federal symbol, states could still criminalize desecration of the American flag. And typically, this was designed not only at preventing marking the flag or mutilating, trampling, defacing, defiling,
I can't even see
defying the flag or any of that. It was also originally in many of these states prevented from advertising. You weren't supposed to use the American flag in advertisements, which of course has basically gone by the wayside over the course of time. You see the American flag on all sorts of gear
hand
now.
in my face, like whack, there's your nose, bro. And I was
well, in West Virginia, Board of Education versus Barnett, 1943, the Supreme Court started to say things like people could not be compelled to salute the flag because refusing to do so is freedom of speech. And you can make that argument. That at least is a fairly decent argument. Justice Jackson wrote, if there's any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. Now, again, I think that's an arguable opinion. I think that saying that you should actually, like the country and like the flag, that's not a horrible prerequisite to being an American citizen. But you can see the counter argument, which is the freedom of speech at the federal level, at the very least, not at the state level. Remember, the First Amendment to the Constitution applies to Congress, as Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech. It does not apply to the states. The states routinely in the early days made lots of law abridging freedom of speech. However, you can see the attempts by the Supreme Court to sort of carve back much of the law surrounding the flag. In 1968, Congress passed a federal flag desecration law, which was meant to mirror many of the state laws. The federal law made it illegal to knowingly cast contempt upon any flag of the United States by publicly mutilating, defacing, defiling, burning, or trampling upon it. And then there were a bunch of Supreme Court cases, again, under the very, very liberal Warren Court that carved a lot of this back, including 1969 saying that you could curse the flag, 1974 saying that you could sew the flag to your pants so that you could sit on it in a way to shame it. And then that all culminated in the Texas versus Johnson decision, which was written by Justice Brennan. The court there found that the flag, burning it, was symbolic speech, and that Texas's statute was content-based. Justice Scalia, who was the deciding vote in that case, he said, if it were up to me, I would put in jail every sandal-wearing, scruffy, bearded weirdo who burns the American flag, but I am not king. Okay, but as Justice William Rehnquist, a conservative justice, wrote in dissent, quote, in holding this Texas statute unconstitutional, the court ignores Justice Holmes's familiar aphorism that a page of history is worth a volume of logic. For more than 200 years, the American flag has occupied a unique position as the symbol of our nation, a uniqueness that justifies a governmental prohibition against flag burning in the way Respondent Johnson did here. He pointed out that every single state, except for Alaska and Wyoming, had statutes at the time prohibiting the burning of the flag. He says the American flag, throughout more than 200 years of our history, has come to be the visible symbol embodying our nation. It does not represent the views of any particular political party. It does not represent any particular political philosophy. The flag is not simply another idea or point of view competing for recognition in the marketplace of ideas. I cannot agree that the First Amendment invalidates the act of Congress and that the laws of 48 of the 50 states, which make criminal the public burning of the flag. The government may conscript men into the armed forces, where they must fight and perhaps die for the flag, but the government may not prohibit the public burning of the banner under which they fight. And of course, Justice Rehnquist is right about that. So the reason that this goes under good Trump is on the merits, he is not wrong. Flag burning, bad. The EO does not prohibit flag burning per se. That is not what the EO does. He does not have the power to do that. He even said that in that quote. He says it's about incitement to violence. Now, it's going to be very hard to prosecute that. It just will. But the reason it's also good is because it is good politics. Because now what you're going to see is a bunch of lefties going out in the street burning the American flag, which is precisely what Trump is tempting them to do. You know that's what he's doing. He's baiting them. President Trump is saying, you believe that America is all about burning the American flag, that American citizenship is about, quote unquote, dissent is patriotic. Well, hating the American flag is not something that most Americans actually like very much. Okay, so that goes under the category of good Trump. Although I can see what, again, there are a lot of people on the libertarian right who are upset about it. Cool your jets. That's not what he's saying in the EO. Okay, now, it's time for, unfortunately, here he comes, flying in from the side. Here it comes. Yes. It's time for some bad Trump. All right. Yeah, yesterday was a real mixed bag, gang. So, yesterday, the president fired, or tried to fire, the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook.
Right afterwards.
So, Lisa Cook was the Federal Reserve Governor who is on the so-called Fed Open Markets Committee. They decide collectively on whether to lower the interest rates or not. She has been an opponent of lowering the interest rates. She was appointed by Joe Biden. He doesn't like her very much, the president of the United States. And so, on the basis of an allegation that she falsified mortgage documents by essentially claiming 2 separate homes as her primary and getting a mortgage, on the basis of that allegation, not adjudicated, no guilt actually found, he's attempting to fire her. I do not like, number one, because you shouldn't fire people on the basis of allegations alone at the federal level. When you're talking about governmental employees, this does not accord with the statute. Typically, if you are a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, then the only way that you can be fired is for gross misconduct. This does not amount to even remotely gross misconduct.
You're gonna find out everything about you. Come kill me. Find my address, I guess. Just because
right now they're probably everything's
But why would you need to find out everything about me? Has nothing to do with being black. You're crazy, bro. Black, white, brown, orange has nothing to do with color. When someone says, I'm gonna find out everything about you, it implies a little bit of a murderous or violent intent, in my opinion. Are you guys legal ticket vendors? You guys are legal ticket vendors. Okay, then it doesn't apply to you, right? So you can get it for half price over there through the official vendor. Okay, we got that forced honesty now. I like it.
That's why I got your man right here, man. I got your man right here, got me on Star. I want to be famous.
So you can get on and off and be Charlie over there. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
See?
Why are you touching me?
Job right. Why you don't interrupt me when I'm doing
Don't touch me.
Don't interrupt.
Don't touch me.
The last time I'm gonna tell you.
What are you gonna do?
Last time I'm gonna tell you. Because I'm gonna do my job right, and I'm gonna do it right here in front of you on your YouTube channel. You're telling the truth, but you want to get views off of this bullshit.
Don't touch the sign. He says if I interrupt him again, he's gonna do some. So I just want to let you know, I'm not touching the guy.
Yeah, like I said, if you end up can't
read the sign. Read the sign. Read the sign. There we go.
Leave him his number so you can
read the sign. It shouldn't make them so upset. Read the sign. There we go. He's joining in. This is good.
Super, bro. Fake.
What's fake about me? What's fake about me?
Fake.
What's
fake?
Thank you. Gay dude following you around.
Ouch.
You work here?
No, I don't work here. This is a sign made by the federal government. You go all the way over there, you can get your ticket for 25 bucks. Apparently there's a ferry on and off every 25, 30 minutes, half the price of these guys. You don't have to buy from them if you want to go onto the Statue of Liberty.
Okay.
What's up, girl?
Yeah, he acted like he was gonna buy a ticket. What are you doing?
I'm raising a little public awareness, but they're in on it now. We're making friends out here. So we're just holding the sign out here, chilling. If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
What about those who don't want to go on the island? I'm not saying
Oh, no, that's a valid question. I think everyone, no, 100%. Everyone has full authority to spend their money however they want.
So can I ask you, how long you been out here? For a week?
Like 5 minutes.
Just today?
Yeah, just today. Here, you keep getting in front of the sign. I'm just gonna move it a little bit.
So it's a
now you, oh no! All right, no.
So it is
Dang, you
property and the police are right here. We are able to ask questions.
And I'm able to not answer. You know how the First Amendment works?
So then I don't have to move in front of the sign then?
100%, my girl.
Of course.
You
so
are
I'm
a
just
smart
asking
cookie.
A simple question.
Want to dab me up?
I just want to know.
All right. Why are you getting in front of the sign?
Because I'm asking a question and I feel like you're ignoring me.
You asking a question?
Yes, I'm asking you questions. I want to know what's going on. I work around the area. I don't work with them.
I doubt it.
Police is right there.
Why are they? Let's see what they're saying. I'm curious.
By all means. Sorry,
Just fly in the wall.
I can lick my ass too. Let me ask your name. What's your name?
John Doe. I wouldn't touch this though. I wouldn't touch this. Sorry.
I'm talking to them, and I invite you to back
I'm in public. You can invite me to do whatever. I can do whatever. Congratulations.
No one wants to touch our fucking please. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm a law-abiding, good citizen out here in New York, chilling, all right? Why are you so defensive if you don't work for one of these organizations? You're straight tripping, girl. You are straight tweaking. You're geeking. Get her a geek bar. It's an expensive camera. That's worth more than her life.
Camera, you're expensive.
Oh, you're real classy, aren't you? Oh, I'm harassing you. The victim, you're the victim. You're crazy. In any other real world, you'd be arrested for being a psycho. You know that? All right, sorry. Oh, I know what I'm doing? She's the victim? We live in a backwards society and you facilitate it. First Amendment, I didn't antagonize her. She was gonna hit the fucking camera. What were you gonna do? She was gonna hit the camera. No, you guys are gonna stop her when she hit the camera already. I'm trying to protect my personal property because apparently I have to.
You know what you do when you purposely do this? You had the right to film. You purposely do it because you don't get a rise out of them.
So wait, do you prevent crime or do you write reports after it's happened?
Prevent crime when you're causing it.
Oh, I'm causing crime. How am I causing crime?
You're antagonizing them.
Unbelievable. All right, then arrest me for the crime I've committed. Being a weirdo isn't a crime. She was following him around, my friend and cameraman. You're gonna knock me the out. For what? Don't do it, buddy. Not worth going back. Not worth going back. You're crazy. I'm in public. First Amendment, baby. Welcome to America.
If these guys weren't scamming, then why are they so pissed off? And why would the federal government make these signs in the first place?
It's causing too many people to stop him.
Excuse me, miss?
You got a license to be here.
You got a license to keep yapping or what?
Yeah, I got a license. You got a license.
You fuck out of stupid nigga.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from your mother.
You're from my mother? Get the fuck out of here. You're not from my mother, you dumbass. Yeah.
If you're a scammer, do you know where can...
Go straight, take a right, go basically into the park. If you want to go faster out, just go straight in there. It'll lead you to the harbor, you can go to the official vendor.
Oh, okay. We try scammers.
Let's get out the
All right, keep walking. Brother. God forbid a guy chills near a sign. This almost comes without saying, but of course I feel the need to say it. We're on public property, public sidewalk, First Amendment expression. We're minding our own business. They do not. I gotta hire security now? You gonna kill me or what? I gotta hire security now.
Why you filming me, bitch?
First Amendment, just relax. Just, come on, just relax, Granny. Just relax. Damn. Fuck. Ew.
I'll be your granny, bitch.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. What do you gotta say?
What you got to say?
I'm not gonna fight you, Granny. Calm down.
Whatever.
All right.
You wish your granny looked like this mother.
Yeah, you sexy. Am I exposing a scam? I don't know. They're getting extremely defensive of the sign. If this sign doesn't apply to you, why would you freak out, start throwing the finger, start attacking someone? It's a great question. There we go. Took a picture, we're spreading awareness.
Defeated, the finessers took a moment to cool down with the smoke break as they plotted my demise.
They've basically given up. So typically you'd see them selling you the ticket. I think they're giving up.
For the ferries?
Yes.
Which one do you want to do?
The one which we're on the island?
On the island.
Okay, my man. He is honest. I like this guy. He's always honest and never violent. Okay, we've created peace with one sign and it not getting torn down and some police enforcement of non-violence. They scatter like roaches. They're gone.
All right, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Battery Park. Welcome. Welcome, folks, to Battery Park. Let's go.
Let's go, Battery Park! What is going on?
What's going on? What's your name, buddy? Tell us your name.
Oh, he's trying to deafen me.
What's your name?
You're definitely not
What's your name, buddy? What's your name? What's your YouTube channel? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Out of my face.
What's your name? What's your name?
This is definitely like a sub form of something. Huh? True. You just can't get it on me. What? A megaphone straight to my fucking face? Come on, that's low. We'll say the moment these cameras turn off and these guys leave, we would get absolutely fucked. I'm telling them they'll take you around the island. What I'm telling them is, though, a lot of the guys, I'm not going to point fingers at you, will say that it's a 4-hour experience, we do an hour. Everyone's like, we don't have 4 hours. And just like you said, it's not. You can get on and off every 30 minutes, right? There we go. And I will say with Team Red, I'm just going to be up front, a lot of you guys have been saying the 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
I know.
But a lot of people don't say that. Everybody's saying that. So
Not everybody, but a lot. All I'm saying is there are other options. There's an official vendor to get on the island, and it doesn't have to last for 4 hours.
That you can do
and it doesn't have to take 4 hours, because a lot of people are time crunched on their limited time here in New York, and they want to be able to get there and dip. They don't want to spend half the day trying to get to the Statue of Liberty. All I'm saying is it's a bit of a lie by omission that you don't clarify that there is a free ferry. You can get on and off every 30 minutes, and it's half the price.
Get your integrity, bro.
Oh, yeah. We chill, right?
Yeah, no,
all right.
of course, man.
All right, appreciate
you're kind of like me. I give people the same.
You're honest, yeah.
The scales will be balanced. I begin to see your plan. Glory to your name. I wish I could fight by your side.
Once again from the top!
Watch out! I'm moving here. Shrewdly done.
Victory will be ours!
wish I could fight by your side. Gems are a scarce resource these days. Build your army to withstand the trials ahead. Such is the will of fate. Well fought, champion. I begin to see your plan. These ones shall remain. trials ahead. That one will serve well. Glory to your name.
Asthma. Oh, what the fuck? Way too loud. That's what the fuck that is.
The illegal migrant simulator is insane. So a few days ago, how many days ago? 2 days ago, I make a video about this and I talk about it. And this has attracted a tremendous amount of attention. So the girl that did it has deleted her account. The website that made it has been shut down. The video on the Gamescom website has been turned off and it's been privated. This has been a complete fucking obliteration. And I asked the question because the game hasn't been released yet. Did I get the game deported or did I get it aborted? Ah, jeez, guys. That's a tough one, isn't it? Oh, man. Absolute and total win. Yep, that's right. This is somebody crying about my video and what I did. Hypocrite and hypocritical losers take us north.
Video games are art.
All right, that's enough. So yeah, anyway, that retard talks about me all the time. Anytime this guy has any sort of motion, it's whenever he's complaining about me. I know him. I've seen his videos before. He's just a moron. So it's not really worth taking seriously or looking at or thinking about at all. And so, yeah, I don't want to hear about it. I don't care what you think is hypocritical. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And so, yes, anyway, cry about it, bitch about it, tweet about it, make videos about it, maul about it. That's fine. It's all okay to me. And anyway, because you know why? You know why it's okay? It's because it worked. Remember what I said earlier about how the only thing that I do is I look at where I am and where I want to be, and I get there? It worked. I don't care about maintaining some form of consistency. I don't give a shit about that. I care about achieving a goal, and we achieved the goal. We shut this shit down. We completely suppressed this. Totally shut these people out. Massively shit on them. After funding a game Take Us North about illegal immigration to the USA, after Asmongold, reacted to the Gamescom video about the game, it was quickly set to private hours later. What was wrong with the game, though? It's not a game. It was propaganda. It was propaganda meant to misrepresent people that are illegally entering the country, and it also whitewashed people like coyotes and the people who are effectively human traffickers that get people across the border, and in the process of that, violently sexually abuse them in some cases, rape them. They bring over drugs as well. I mean, that's the reason why you're whitewashing literal criminal rapists and trying to make it into some kind of like fucking hero's journey. Get the fuck out of here. Absolutely not. Why censor it? Yeah. And so they glorified, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, it's a game. It's meant to send over misinformation. And you can see this, right? Amaze nominee. And you can see all of these pathetic, embarrassing video game organizations that, you know, that gas this up. And I can guarantee you that these decisions were made by Karens, and everybody knows it. And so I want to say to all of these organizations, please keep doing this. This is great content for me. I love doing this. Never stop making games like this, okay? Like, I'm gonna lose out on so much content if this actually goes away. Like, I'm worried that maybe I should take a step back. Maybe I should take a step back from get going on these games, because it's like, look at what happened to the white rhinos, huh? Now they're gone. They're dead. They went extinct. Like, maybe it's better to keep them as an endangered species so we can hunt them for sport every once in a while, but we don't ruin the whole flock. Because I feel like we're killing all of them. We're killing them all.
Running has always been my thing. But after having my baby, everything changed. It's not just about me anymore, and I needed to feel safe without giving up my freedom. Now, I carry a Byrna. Non-lethal, powerful, and legal. I'm not afraid. I'm free. Confidence in every step, thanks to Byrna.
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, legal.
It
happened again. It happened again. Believe it or not, when you actually have a gigantic swath of the population being manipulated by radical leftists on the media telling people to commit violent crimes against people that they deem subjectively as Nazis, and then they are literally hopped up on drugs as kids, changing genders or whatever kids do for fun these days because of mass psychosis, sad shit happens. We are in the world of sad shit. We really are. Horrible breaking news. Students at the uneducated campus school, man. Parents scratched the details of the Minnesota Star-Tribune. It was a pepper spray, 50 stained glass windows into the building, 50 to 100 shots the parents said. I don't know how you defend against this prey. And you see these children leaving.
Our enemies are many.
Horrible.
Tells us that a lot of the threat has tampered down at this point, that they're allowing people to leave this, to enter and leave this.
Horrible. So the shooter comes in, the shooter kills 2 people apparently and injures 17 more kids, just shooting up a Catholic church. And honestly, an unbelievable tragedy. Like an actual unbelievable tragedy. Truly horrible shit. And so breaking news. This is how the story gets told.
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all 3. He had a...
Now don't get this deputy chief guy over here canceled because he went by ma'am. More on that in a couple of minutes.
Rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either. It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo-type pants.
So obviously this officer is going to be getting canceled for misgendering this individual. But see, I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I believe that the right to bear arms is actually goated. But I don't think crazy people have that right. I don't think people that are mentally ill, that are on drugs, literally drugs that are affecting your mental capacities, these people should not have the right to have weapons. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. There is obviously a problem, and they should not be able to have weapons. That is my opinion. Obviously, people are going to call me transphobic, and to that I say, I don't care. I don't care. All right? Call me transphobic when there aren't dead kids. Okay? So, turns out this biological male transgender person, this individual over here is the killer. This person is a psychopath, and you know, is dead. The shooter, 22, biological male, transgender, posted a manifesto on YouTube. I'm not going to show you the whole manifesto because it's long and really dark and probably violates YouTube's terms of service. But suspect who identity is known posted a video at the time of the shooting, allegedly recorded a day prior, preparing his weapons, writing on magazines sent for the children and killed Donald Trump. This is fucking psychotic shit. Like, this is actual insane shit. For the children, kill Donald Trump. Like, dude, like, once again, it is the radical left fucking retards that are violent shits. Dude, what is going on? Bro, what is this? Fuck everything you stand for, suck on this, where is your God? Like, this is a complete psycho. Like, a complete and utter psycho. Literally had an entire mapped out the chapel of this school, how to maximize killing the most children, right? Stabbing a knife into it. Like, this is insane. And by the way, this was on the internet. Where was the police? If this was on the internet and we knew that this person was an unstable fuck, why weren't we looking into this? We can send $350 billion to Ukraine. We can't have security in our schools. We can't have security in our schools. We can't have people looking into publicly posted information to realize this is a mentally unhinged fuck. Literally insanity. Catholic school gun Robin Westley said to kill Trump in magazine. Like, all the people that are doing this shit and posting this shit to kill Donald Trump, this is incitement of violence. Alright, everyone's favorite journalist, Taylor Lorenz, out there posting videos like someone's got his voice killing Trump. Hassan Piker, large leftist political streamer that goes out there saying kill Rick Scott, you get so many of these radical videos, you know. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks was on CNN yesterday saying we have to be violent against ICE officers that are coming to take our family away. Like, these are people, prominent people on the left that are basically pushing violent propaganda. And here you have obviously mentally fucking unhinged individuals like this person who, you know,
There's only one piece of news today. One piece of breaking news. Beep, 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 beep. Tay-Tay, Travis Kelce, engaged. I know. Your mind is blown. Your world is shattered. Joy has broken out across the country. Also, there's some other news. The Cracker Barrel wars have been won. And also, like, actual real problems in the world. But first, time's almost up to save 40% on your Daily Wire Plus annual membership. Go to dailywireplus.com now. Use code SUMMER before the deal is gone. Well, folks, it's rare that there is a day in which we have news that is so big, so incredibly important, that it trumps not only all the other news of the day, but all the other news of the year, the decade, the century, nay, perhaps the millennium. Yes, it's finally happened. The most important event of our lifetime. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. I know. I, too, am flabbergasted, shocked. I am ecstatic. I mean, today is a magical day in the history of the United States and perhaps all of Western civilization. And listen, I will admit when I'm wrong. 2 years ago, when these two lovebirds began their relationship, I thought this was just another of Taylor Swift's relationships that would end with a breakup album in which she sang, like a 17-year-old, about how sad she was that she'd been rejected, but don't worry, she don't need no man. But as it turns out, she does need her a man, and that man is Travis Kelce. And I have to say, like, unironically, I think it's great. I hope they have a wonderful marriage. I hope they have lots of kids. I hope she sings lots of songs about being married and having kids. And all those songs are better than her normal songs. That's what I hope for her. Because I think that would be a very good thing for the West, for America, for young women particularly, who have been taught for generations that a woman needs a man, like a fish needs a bicycle, and that romance is somehow a sort of giveaway to patriarchal institutions. And it turns out, nope, actually a core component of human happiness is finding a member of the opposite sex and marrying them. This has always been a core component of human happiness, having babies with a member of the opposite sex in a long-lasting relationship built on love and mutual commitment. That is a very good thing. And I'm not saying that cynically. I mean that. It is excellent. I hope that they both live much happier lives. According to Variety, the couple shared the big news on Instagram with a carousel of photos and the caption, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." Put aside the idea that Taylor Swift would be a great English teacher. Charming, and the pictures are quite charming and quite normal. This does look like what it would look like if your English teacher and your gym teacher got married. It is perfectly normy, and I'm here for it. The normie revolution is happening. And this is like a normal couple getting married. Sure, she's a billionaire and he is a multimillionaire athlete, and that is a very, very large ring. I mean, that is some serious jewelry. But again, they can afford it. And you know what? Good for them. Good for them. It's charming, and I like, and it is good. And
like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing? Hopped up on drugs, you know, to change genders. This is a very based and inclusive sticker that he has. Defend equality. Yeah! Yeah! With an assault rifle on top of a pride flag. Yeah! And defend equality, according to this person, is literally murder a bunch of Catholic children because, well, I mean, the media calls them Nazis, right? My favorite YouTuber called Christians Nazis. I just made a video talking about how Hassan Piker basically has been calling, you know, Catholics Nazis. I made a video about that just like a week or two ago. It's on my channel. Now, to prove that this is a perfectly sane individual, this is a video posted by the killer on YouTube.
Hey y'all, today I'm going to be reading the Amana Electric Dryer User Manual. Dryer safety. Your safety and the safety of others are very important. We have provided many important safety messages in this manual and on your appliance. Always read and obey all safety messages.
Yeah, well, that aged well. First of all, bro's reading a fucking dryer manual, and if you look at the records, it's horrible. All right, so this Robin person that changed his name from Robert to Robin, you will notice, if you look at the actual fucking stats over here, that he was 17. Order granting name change of a minor. This is a trans kid, right? You thought it was bad? You thought it was bad? Well, it's worse. This is a trans kid, all right? This is someone that came out as trans, as a child, who changed his name legally as a child, whose mother, right? Classic, the white liberal mom, once again, coming in hot, fucking signs off on this, because, you know, kids can't change their names legally. or genders. God, it's so fucking brutal. Oh my God, I'm like actually heartbroken, man. Why? Why is this a thing in society? First of all the trans kid shit needs to be like excised yesterday. Then we need to work on the whole fucking mentally ill adult category of this situation, because it's actually fucking horrible. Anyway, it gets worse. So this Robin Westman, the suspect in the Minneapolis school shooting, was previously known as Robert Weston before changing his name. According to court documents, it was when he was 17. Now, 20% of Gen Z is identifying as LGBT. There has been a coordinated effort by people in power to confuse and destroy our youth. Now, first of all, yeah, the picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? So I actually agree. I do believe that there is a coordinated effort by people in power to destroy our youth. And to be honest, we've seen the government do this in the past. Like, we've seen CIA declassified MK Ultra experiments. Like, who's to say that this isn't another example of that? Like, literally destabilizing a generation of people, a generation of Americans fucked over by propaganda. What are we doing? So I wanted to show this. Been in class 10 minutes. We've already been talking about whiteness, gender, and how Trump is racist. Why the fuck?
Not something anyone wants to hear. But we caught this early, and we can fight this.
We're in the home stretch now. We believe in hope and courage.
Your numbers look great. We beat this.
We believe in you. Parish Healthcare. Healing experiences for everyone, all the time.
Is that in school? Why the fuck is that being taught? Because the entire school system is propaganda. And literally it's getting funded by foreign governments. Like, you literally look at the people funding our schools. It's China and Qatar. You don't think that it's undermining shit? Oh my God. And it's literally pushing this fucking destructive, suicidal, empathy, fucking bullshit propaganda. You can consent to be anything as long as people consent, everything is good. And it's literally warping our children. Now, this is Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, where this shooting actually happened. And this is what this incredibly empathetic libtard had to say.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
What? Don't say thoughts and prayers. These kids were praying and they were killed anyway? Is that really the takeaway here, sir? Is that really the fucking takeaway? What are we doing? Don't say there's brothers or kids. Well, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally, what? Don't think about praying. Anyway, this is that same guy in a mask crying over George Floyd's casket. Truly horrifying. Truly sad shit. Incredibly moving. He was lost for words at the casket of St. Georgius Floydius. Lord Fentanyl Floyd himself passed away, and this dude was out there. It was too much. But when a bunch of kids die, well, that's pretty quick to say, don't pray. Don't pray. Praying is bad. Brian Crescenstein, known libtard freak, big Hassan Piker glazer. He is a journalist on Twitter, saying prayer becomes a problem when it takes the place of real action that can save children's lives. If that offends you, good, it should. Bro saying prayer is bad. He doesn't, however, think that there's anything wrong with a system that is pumping 17-year-olds full of fucking drugs, fucking melting their brains, manipulating them, pushing propaganda on children. Nah, none of that shit is a problem, right? Let's not actually blame the shooter. All right, the shooter is woke, okay? The shooter's on the right side of history, according to your average far-left retard. No. We have to be blaming the children praying. Literally, what the fuck is going on? That the leftists are somehow on team shooter instead of on team Christian child. Bro, these are actual children. These are children, bro. What are we doing? Now, in the manifesto of the actual shooter, the shooter said, sponsored by Brandon Herrera for president, met Brandon at a show last year. He and I had a brief convo, agreed on a lot of things. He also voted for Brandon for president. Brandon Herrera, great guy, said, I will not, nor will I ever say the name of the gutless coward who decided to take the lives of the innocent people in Minneapolis today. My heart goes out to the family of those affected. But to the shooter, I have one thing to say in response. Fuck you, burn in hell. Honestly based response. No, it's really just, it's heartbreaking. It's actually heartbreaking. This meme went viral today, so I wanted to show it. Just because I think it's kind of funny in a tragically ironic sense. This went viral today, right before this happened. Again, this is a screenshot from 2024, but it went viral again. October 7th. Right-wing extremism. I brutalize minorities regularly. Left-wing extremism. I shoplift to get poor people some food and clothes. Really? Really? Right-wing extreme. When has there ever been an instance that you can think of a right-wing guy going into school and shooting transgender people specifically, or going after one specific group, all right, like that? Whereas on the left, you literally have violence all the time, and holy irony, Batman, this happened today. This literally happened today. So, of course, CNN decides to turn this into a super politicized issue about how we need stricter gun laws, and we shouldn't be giving guns out to people like rifles. Now, the craziest part is, and like, dude, I don't even know what to say. It's like, it's so sad. This all of a sudden becomes an agenda war where everyone needs to push some shit immediately. And the fucking brutality of it all is that they, with false information, push the idea of starting to ban guns instead of, you know, not letting mentally ill freaks have weapons. It's more about the weapon.
A semi-automatic rifle, and it went on for several minutes.
Right, and that's not uncommon as well. These things can shoot dozens of bullets, you know, in just one trigger pull, right?
What the frickle's worth, brother? A semi-automatic rifle that can shoot hundreds of bullets in one finger press? You're thinking of an automatic rifle, which is illegal. Oh my god! These people are like actual fucking retards. Dude, what are we even doing? Oh my god. Like, this is just wrong. It's just misinformation. Unbelievably stupid comments for CNN discussing a Minneapolis school shooting. Semi-automatic rifles can shoot dozens of bullets in one trigger pull. Literally, no! Like, why do we even call these people the news? Like, why are they the news? Like, actual joke. I don't know if this is malicious or it's just stupid, but it's to push an agenda.
Right, and so what happens in this case is sometimes they have enough time to...
come back to me here. Yes, Josh, you know, because you've used actual weapons of war, and...
So is everybody here.
Yeah, but you know, you've used actual, with a select...
You actually, yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, it's called an automatic weapon.
Right.
Well, you can, one trigger pull can release, I suppose, dozens of...
Yeah.
Some weapons, hundreds of rounds. I don't recommend it because you'll melt your barrel.
Right.
But yeah, I'm just a little dumbfounded. I guess I'm still thinking about
because it's a whole ass other gun.
Romeo and Juliet, but
yeah, I know. I still don't know if it's a romantic song.
I got the wrong song is what happened, and I felt like an idiot. But no, she just said the word semi-automatic rifle or semi-automatic weapon, and then he came back with one trigger. But millions of people are going to see that.
Yeah.
And go, that's the weapon? And then these people...
these are legal? You can buy weapons at one finger pull?
Across the world are going to go, this is what America is. America allows you to pull one trigger and get dozens of rounds on.
Right. It's two idiots in a room. So just to be clear, it's not, you can't even do the Jesse Ventura, I'm just asking questions, tough guy. No, you're not just asking questions. She makes a statement, a definitive statement. He undergirds it with a blatant factual inaccuracy. And I don't see her calling him on it. Can we play it again? Let's extend it just a little bit to see if she does her job, right? And this is not new to her. She's talked about covering other mass shootings and also perpetuates the lie that they're happening far more often than ever in the past. That's not true either. They happen only in the United States. That's not true either. So she should be familiar with...
But it's all propaganda. It's literally all propaganda. One lie can echo so far. Could echo to the point that hundreds of thousands of millions of people hear the lie and believe the lie. Because why would you fact check the news, right?
The term semi-automatic. Because if you go to any gun range, any store in this country, every single person can tell you what that is. So she makes a statement. He makes another statement that's factually incorrect. Her job would be to say, well, of course, and as someone who has a lot of experience in covering these, that's not accurate.
That's what
Let's see if she does her job. Let's play it again from the same starting point. I want to...
Unless, of course, there's an agenda.
Extend it a little bit.
Seemed like a rifle, he said, a semi-automatic rifle, and it went on for several minutes.
Right, and that's not uncommon as well. These things can shoot dozens of bullets, you know, in just one trigger pull, right? And so what happens in this case is sometimes they have enough time to reload. It's one of the most horrific things for students.
Okay.
All what he said was wrong. Guns don't shoot.
Right.
True.
They fire. Person shoots.
The person shoots.
The automatic one. Let me explain to you. And you can.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
I was gonna say, do you think that she does know what a semi-automatic rifle is? Because she's reading.
She would have to know if she's any good at her job because she's covered other matches.
I bet no. And you think she?
It's a very, very basic.
And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids.
Anyway, obviously you have a nice cool debate over here on whether it's an honest mistake or it's not. I am inclined to say that guy made a mistake. She knew, she didn't correct him on it because it's just free propaganda at that point. Why correct anyone on it? So again, you get a whole mix of people. You get a whole fucking mix of people. You get your Brian Krasensteins, right? Your far leftists being like prayer is the problem. This is literally in response to the shooting, by the way. This is his response to the shooting. To make this clear, okay? This is not like an old tweet. This is his response. I'll even show it to you. Brian Krasenstein. He follows me? Oh, fuck. Not for long. Okay. He literally does. He says an active, Libs at TikTok says, active shooter situation been reported and whatever, and he says prayer becomes the problem. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is brutal. Epstein files. Dude, these people are actual psychopaths. Like, actual fucking psychopaths. So you get your far leftists blaming the Catholics, the children that were murdered. You get your other far leftists that are actually inciting violence in America constantly. You get doctors, for whatever reason, pushing drugs on children that literally fucks them up. You get your average white libtard mom that's out there to sign their kid's life off for no reason because they have to be all woke and progressive with the girlfriends. And realistically, this is just another example of like radical-esque fucking violence. You have a mentally unstable person with an onslaught of guns that has literally been posting "Kill Donald Trump" onto the internet with zero repercussions. Actual no repercussions, dude. Why not? Why was there not repercussions to an actual call to violence to kill people? I don't know. Let's ask everyone's favorite journalist. All right, let's ask everyone's favorite journalist, Taylor Lorenz. Maybe Taylor Lorenz has something to say. Taylor Lorenz. What do you have to say? You're a journalist. You work for the fucking Wall Street Journal, right? What do you have to say? Oh, you have an entire video saying someone needs to do it regarding killing Donald Trump. Still on YouTube with over 1 million views. That was not taken down, probably not even investigated. Like, come on, what are you fucking doing? All right, let's see the actual update. Let's see the news on this. Here we go.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. They're families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation.
He's right.
We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying.
That's such a fucking bad line. That is such a bad line. I don't even know what he was like doing with that. Not about thoughts and prayers. What's it about? But reject traditionalism, embrace wokeism. Like, is that kind of the message here? Like, embrace the ideology that killed these people. Like this was a pre-planned, very premeditated, radical left nutcase that went to kill Christian children because Trump is bad. Are you putting it together yet, sir? Are you putting it together? Are you putting together that this is the agenda? Like, it's so fucking horrible to watch these people out there just sniveling around, you know? Like, yeah, put our arms around them. Absolutely, that's super important. 100%. My hearts are going out to the victims and the victims' families and everyone involved. It's like, it's a real modern tragedy. But like, we don't want this to happen anymore, right? We don't want this to happen again. Something went wrong here.
It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again,
It is just horrible. It's just absolutely horrible. I mean, I don't know what how the police chief speaks. All right.
The families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we really have to stop pushing these radical fucks. Huh? We really have to stop pushing fucking dangerous propaganda, don't we? It's kind of dangerous or something.
The chief will provide additional details.
So sad, dude.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
It really is. It really is.
Police officers from the
Well, what kind of fucking warped person does that? And again, I looked at the manifesto, right? So this is a pretty classic fuck Trump bad, you know, Catholics are Nazis kind of vibe. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing as a society that we enable these mentally ill people to have the means, the ability, and basically the support system to do that? Like, this is like an unbelievable atrocity.
Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified.
Oh my God.
17 other people.
This is the most horrible thing ever. This is the worst thing ever. Like, the fear as a parent is getting that phone call.
Getting an instant offer on CarMax.com takes 2 minutes
Frustrated
or
because
less.
the guys
We
I
got
play
our
with
online offer
on this fucking
at the CarMax.
duos thing on Hearthstone.
Online offers are just as real as the ones that you get in person. And with
Terrible,
CarMax's
dude.
express drop-off, you can verify your offer and
They don't listen to
in
shit.
just
They don't
under
do
30
shit.
minutes.
They
That's
don't
why I love
fucking
CarMax.
nothing they're supposed to be doing.
Were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life.